Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. And no fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live from Champions Club in Houston, Texas. It's time for the final table of the Fall Poker Open main event. From a field of 675 players, we're down to the final 9. This is Dan Fouts coming to you live with Kyle Miller. How's it going today, Kyle?
It is going great. As well as I feel like everybody in Houston, really looking forward to this final table right here.
Yeah, this should be a fun one. We've got some locals, we've got some traveling players, we've got some killers on this table. It is going to be amazing. We bagged up last night just before they were scheduled to do so. They got down to 9 players with just 3.5 minutes left of the level that they were going to bag at the end of anyway. So we're starting the day with 40,000 and 80,000 blinds for just a couple of hands, and then it's going to go up pretty quickly after that. Average stack for the starting final table is 56 big blinds. What a ton of play we're going to have at this final table. This could be a long one.
Yeah, tons of value on this $1,500 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed event. You get your money's worth for sure. 40 minutes were the levels for day 1, day 2, 60-minute levels, and look at these payouts. $184,000 to first place, $130,000 to second. First out, good for $18,430.
Yeah, so everybody's locked up 5 figures. We were looking at the chip counts right before this screen came up. Chip leader coming into the final table is your 5-seat, Dara Tarapur. He's got just over 7 million in chips. The short stack coming into the final table is in the 1-seat right there in front of us. He'll also be first to act on this first hand. That's Alejandro Armas from Katy, Texas here. Starts with just under 2 million in chips. Average stack 4.5 million right now. And I thought we were at 4080, but it looks like 3060. I see 60,000 in the middle there.
Yeah, a couple minutes left on the clock for 3060, and then blinds going up.
So I stand corrected. 75 big blind average right now. Jeez. I was looking at a different final table that's also happening, and their big blind average coming in was about 35, so a lot more shove or fold kind of situation here. The players at this table, even the shortest stack, has plenty of play right now.
Folds around to Han Feng's button. He's got a suited connector, 2 players behind, and quite a nice hand in the small blind. Snidal Baba with suited King Queen. He raises. So Feng with the raise, Baba with the call.
And not a bad flop for Feng. Flops the gut shot, but Nadal with a bigger gut shot. Sounds like it goes check, check.
King High is still in the lead as the board pairs itself on the turn here.
Feng, no stranger to final tables. In fact, this is his 4th Champions Club final table. He's got dozens and dozens of final tables under his belt. 1 million in live earnings, a couple of circuit rings.
Goes check, check, and best hand getting better. Makes a pair on the end there. $370,000 in the middle. Quick bet of 150 and takes it.
First blood drawn by the 8 seat, Baba. Only has 1 reported cash on his Hendon mob, so this has got to be very exciting for him. A final table in a major event like this. Probably his first streaming experience.
Yeah.
He's from Humble, Texas. Commercial real estate is his job.
And former pro soccer player. Might be trying to go pro in something else relatively soon following this nice score.
At least a nice vacation. Action folds around here to our chip leader, Tarpour, with ace-queen suited. Opens this one to 125. Folding all the way around to the big blind, Armas with a suited king, likely to defend here for just one more big blind. And he does. May hear some background noise. We have our final tournament of the series playing not too far away from this table. Registration still open for that. That's the Big Bet Mix tournament. Ace-queen still in the lead here. Armas checking over. Both players backdoor flush draws, not much else. It'll be C-bet and take it for the chip leader. And now blinds are up to that 40-80 level that we were talking about. One-hour levels today. One thing I definitely love about the Champions Club's tournaments, just great structures all around. Even the daily events have pretty good structures, but anytime we have one of these big series, the structures are so good, so much play. It really rewards the players who are actually good at the game, and there's a lot less gambling, just shove or fold situations. Action folding to Serrano, taking a look at King 10. Serrano, also one of the shorter stacks at the table, started second shortest stack, just over 2 million in chips. Decides to wait for a better spot to play a hand. Feng will be opening, though, with Queen 7 suited in the hijack. Look for Feng to apply a lot of pressure at this final table. He has, as I said, a lot of experience with these type of events, and we know from commentating so many final tables that the players who apply a lot of pressure and are very aggressive typically do better.
Yeah. And he actually has a really great table configuration as well. He comes in top 3 in chips, and you can see from this position right here, his hijack. He can open hijack cutoff button, and he's opening into stacks that he can put a lot of pressure on. They're much shorter in chips. They have more ICM pressure than he does. So really good spot for him. And then chip leader, he has position on.
Bad spot on this flop, though. Runs into my hand, 7-4, defending the big blind for Cortez. Flops bottom 2 pair. Feng hitting this flop as well, but it goes check, check. And Feng picks up a club draw, so we got a fair fight now. 7-4, possibly getting there, though. Cortez going to stab now.
I think that's great pot control on the flop by Feng. That still is a board that's really connected and really favoring Cortez's defense range. Picks up equity on the turn.
Calls Cortez's 150K bet. Oh, and gets the jacks of clubs, makes the flush. Cortez in danger now. Probably not too worried about the backdoor flush.
Yeah, he might even be hoping that Feng finally made a pair there. The jack.
Leads out again, this time for 175. Almost $1 million in the pot now. Fang obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously. He makes a queen high flush. Likely to raise here, but obviously there are two better flushes out there. I don't think he's worried about that at all.
Yeah. Big blinds going to defend, as they did in this hand, with a lot of suited hands, but anything that's beating him here with this backdoor flush would have raised him back pre-flop. So there should be no ace-x or king-x combinations that made a bigger flush. Here comes the raise. Check the sizing.
Heartbreaker for 7-4, has to make the call and lose a big chunk of his stack there, does Cortez. And Fang is going to be dangerous with those chips. I think he has now taken the chip lead over Tarpoor with just under 8 million in chips. Total chips in play, 40 million. So 8 million is a pretty good spot to be in with about 20% of the chips.
Yeah, that stack likely to continue to grow there.
Want to say hello to everybody that's in the chat, checking us out live. Be sure to let us know who you're rooting for, who you're sweating today. While you're at it, hit that thumbs up and the subscribe button. Say hi to James Duke in the chat, Mike Cora out there, Elijah Gomez, some of our regulars in the chat already. And Chrisu in the chat, sometimes commentator, sometimes player on our stream. Sweat and Jason. Action folds all the way around to the blinds. Cortez with the suited king and the small blind. Likely to raise it up here. Definitely better than average holding. And Moreno wakes up with a pretty nice looking hand in the big blind after the raise to 190. He's got queen 10. Moreno makes the call. I believe the flop is already out there. Some didn't trigger the graphics as usual, but here we go. There we go. Queen high board with two clubs, another action hand, and Cortez up against another flush draw. Or actually, Cortez has the flush draw this time, up against top pair here. Cortez leads out for 85. Moreno raising this one up with top pair, makes it 290, and Cortez with the quick call, looking to catch some clubs to get some of those chips back, but it comes ace of spades. The queen 10 still in the lead.
SPR closing in here for Cortez. 1 million in the middle, 1.5 back.
Going to check this card. Moreno might slow down. Cortez, having opened this before the flop, could have an ace-high hand that has taken the lead here. Yeah, Moreno does exercise some pot control, checks it back, and Queen 10 still going to be good here. 9 of diamonds, no help to Cortez. And rough start to the final table here for Cortez so far. He can only win by betting now, and he's reaching for chips. It looks like he's stacking out a bet. As Kyle said, there's about $1 million in the middle. What kind of size will he go for? About a third pot. Looked like 350. I can't imagine Moreno folding for that bet.
Yeah, especially given his chip stack. This is a kind of put the chips in. If he's beat, he's beat.
Yeah, Moreno came into the final table number 2 in chips with just under 7 million. Started the hand with 6.8 compared to Cortez's 2. Obviously, you don't want to dump chips to other players, but getting such a great price here, about 4 to 1. Wow, lays it down. Great play by Moreno. Putting out that very value-sized bet. Making it look like he hit that ace and checked it on the turn, and it worked.
Shooting cold.
Cold?
I know you got cold. I got cold. And I have a jacket on. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, flush, black. Black ace, something about it.
Not an ace.
So it was an ace, was it?
Fang raising this one up. Suited King 9 is going to fold into the blinds now. And fold back to him. Little raise and take.
Yeah, Fang will be very aggressive here, and every time he can pick up 2.5 big blinds like that, it's good news for him. And bad news for everybody else. I don't think anybody at this table wants Fang to have a bunch of chips. Serrano under the gun, suited king. Still has well over 20 big blinds, not in any kind of emergency situation, even with the shorter stack. He's going to wait. Action folds all the way around to the hijack. Armas with Jack 9 suited. Only a few players behind him. He's going to open to 175. Gets it all the way around to the big blind. Our former chip leader, Queen 8, will defend. Tahirpour fired 7 bullets, including the final turbo flight on day 2 yesterday. So he came in early in the morning to play that turbo flight and bagged it, and then played all day long yesterday. So long day for him. Comes into today fairly tired. Hits top pair and a gut shot here. Armas with middle pair and an open ender. So again, very wet board and both players connecting. 2 clubs on board not helping anybody, but Armas will bet C-bet 160 and get the quick call from Tahirpour. Front door clubs get there and a 4-liner on board. No help to either player. The queens are still in the lead. Check, check. And a blank on the river. Queen 8 with the check mark. Check, check again. And the rich get richer.
Yeah, it was interesting talking to players, hearing some of their stories on how they made it this far. Over 650 entries this tournament. Looking at the final 9, some people, as we mentioned with Dara, firing quite a few bullets or having to play out from 8 a.m. yesterday all the way down till about 2:30 this morning. So real interesting, the different journeys to get this point here. Shaw looking out down at the deuces. He's in for 4 bullets. And then Armas, only 1 bullet.
Yeah, Shaw's been relatively quiet this final table so far, but this is his second Fall Poker Open final table. He final tabled the main event last time we did this last year and got 2nd place in this event. So back-to-back main event final tables in the Fall Poker Open. Looking to move up 1 notch and take this one down.
Serrano does not defend the big blind here. Hasn't had the greatest of card distribution so far, and not wanting to get out of line when there's so much money up top. Value in being patient, finding your ladders, picking the right spots, and Serrano again, one of the shorter stacks here coming in.
This will not be the last poker series here at Champions. We got the PLO Roundup coming up next month, the 16th to the 25th. Special room rate of $85 for that event. If you like Pot Limit Omaha, the 4-card poker, that whole series is going to be PLO tournaments, including the first ever 1 million guaranteed PLO event in Texas history. Pretty excited about that. Champions Club Texas for all information there. Action folds around to Cortez. Looking down at a suited king again. King 8 of clubs. Earlier position this time, but he will open for, looks like, 170. Folding through to the blinds. Fang with Jack 10 in the big blind, likely to defend. Top two for him. Cortez with backdoor clubs.
Cortez finding a continuation here, but might find out now or maybe a future street what he's running into. And there it is, bumps it to 300,000.
And Cortez getting out of the way. More chips going Han Feng's way.
Chip denominations, we do have the pinks as 5K chips, the greens as 25,000, and those pearly white and blues are 100,000 each. Just over 40 million chips in play. So as these chips consolidate, as we start to lose some players, you will also see either the 500,000 or million chip plaques get broken out. Real hand here for Armas, our short stack. Goes just under 2.2 as the open. Dara, a nice offsuit connector for the chip leader. Sorry, Fang is taking that chip leader, and chip leader coming into the final table.
And Babo with an ace in the big blind as well. Gets out of the way though.
Find an ace high flop. Great sight to see for Armas.
C-bet and take it. Even with that pot, Arma's still the shortest stack right now, but over 20 bigs in his stack.
Yeah, I think 20 bigs is really that threshold where a lot of players with less experience than all of these players just kind of fall into that shove or fold mentality, but you actually do have quite a lot of play with it.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of these guys who have a ton of final table experience min raising with 12 big bets,
Yeah.
or 12 big blinds rather in their stack. They don't feel that sense of emergency till they get down below 10 or so big blinds.
Yeah, you don't need to find marginal spots. 20 bigs. You can wait, get it in good, even chip up with some min opens.
Tarapur opening this one with King 4 suited in the hijack. Makes it 180,000. The big stacks so far have been pretty good about putting the pressure on. Shaw with a suited disconnector in the big blind. Gives it some thought before letting it go. As we were saying earlier, Shaw with plenty of final table experience, including here on our own final table. 22 final tables reported on Hindenmob, 4 of them here at Champions Club. His best cash also here at Champions, $95,000. He's looking to hit that 6-figure score today, he says. He gave us the most on his bio sheet of all the players here. He said, I quote, Champions is the best place to play with the best staff. I'm in love with Jessica Richards. She's almost as good as me. And love you, Ganna, if you're watching. And Dad beat all the bad guys. Looking for some barks from Wizzle. That's from David Shaw.
Yeah. Larry and Jess and plenty of other Houstonians and players are watching on.
We do love it when they give us a lot in the bio, and I actually talked to Wizzle about that. He says he's only coming with 3 barks today.
Yeah.
He'll give exactly 1 bark every time Shaw doubles up for the first 2 times, and 1 bark when he takes this thing down. So we hope he gets 3 barks out of him today. Folds around to the button. Bobo with King 8 will open this one to 175. The short stack in the big blind with an ace in his hand. Again, not an emergency situation here. He could easily peel a flop without getting the chips in, but he decides to go all in with the ace high. And he will be in good shape if he gets a call here, but kind of a dangerous maneuver.
Yeah. And that's a little different than what we were just getting at. It's one of those where he likes having that ace. Not exactly the best ace in the deck. Offsuit, it's a 6, can't make the wheel, anything with it. But he knows that Bobo is just going to be opening super wide right there.
For sure.
So uses the aggression that normally you wouldn't want to in order to get that fold. Doesn't have to hit the flop and just steal that pot right there.
Yeah, definitely not the exact situation we were talking about where you're raising first in. You don't have to put it all in, but yeah, as a 3-bet, not a whole lot of room to 3-bet with that stack. And up against a button open, happy to get his money in. See if he can get a double up.
That suited 7-9, probably the best looking hand Serrano's seen so far, but quite a few larger stacks to get through, and shows the discipline and patience there. Folds around. We've got another blind on blind. Suited Jack 8 for Armas.
Just going to call here, and he'll be dominating Cortez, the Choctaw Nuts, Jack Deuce.
I see Derek Normand in chat. He probably remembers playing Jack Deuce on this final table stream not too long ago. Good memories there for him. Great seeing Steve Bays and George also tuning in. Cortez making some moves already.
Yeah, applying pressure to the only shorter stack at the table here, or one of the only shorter stacks at the table. Serrano has slightly less as well. Armas taking inventory. I like this. Showing that he's not going to be pushed around. If he's limping, he's trapping. He gets lucky this time that he actually has Cortez dominated here. Cortez could have a better hand a lot of the time. He shows a jack and folds. Armas will not show his jack.
Yeah. Yeah, even if he was called in that spot, suited gapper typically going to have a decent amount of equity unless those hearts are also covered or the jack or the 8 is covered. So great move there, really, from both players. Blind on blind situation. A lot of people will not find lines like that.
That's fun, Jesse. Need to get her bullseye.
The dog.
There you go.
The dog will be bullseye. We've already had discussed all the machinations of how this is going to work.
Ingles with the ace-queen under the gun, opening to 160.
Gianna didn't really go through a Toy Story phase.
I don't mind it.
I mean, she liked it. She like watched it, but like
You've seen all 4 of them
one time.
30, 40 times.
Really? Jeez.
Baba also with ace-queen offsuit in the hijack. Looks like he's going for a 3-bet. 350 now.
She just started getting into Beauty and the Beast. Yeah. She asked my wife to dress up as the Beast. It was great. She's like, we can get married, Mom.
That's great.
To the Beast. I'll be about 2.5. Oh, wow. Yeah. Dude, she. Good luck, man. Yeah. Not good.
They know what they want.
I think Dart's trying to win the poker.
Action folds back around to Ingles. The initial razor.
Talked a lot of shit.
7 years ago. He told me I want to buy a ring. I'm a friend. I wanted to
That's 7 years old. How do you want to report, man? She loves this boy in her class, too. His name is Martin, this French boy. Her JK.
He got me excited. Yes. Right. The lady who was the school he said she loved me.
The aggressive play working out for Baba.
That's what I wanted her.
Gets Ingles to fold the same hand.
That's funny.
Yeah, for Ingles, there is some of that ICM awareness. There are much shorter stacks than he. Under the gun open has to be pretty strong, and we haven't really seen him get involved yet in any hand. But if Baba recognizes that and finds a 3-bet, Ingles also has to respect that.
Yeah, these players very well aware of their position, their stacks. No slouches in this group.
Two black aces for Shaw. He's in the hijack. He's got some of the shortest stacks behind him as well. Really a dream spot.
Now, we don't get a bark if he doesn't get a double, so he can't just eliminate a shorter stack. We know this.
Moreno, the only one in this hand that would be able to give him that double. Suited king 9 from the small. Armas did call in between from the cutoff. Suited queen 10.
Shaw praying somebody 3-bets him here.
And yeah, given Armas's call in between, it actually favors somebody finding that 3-bet, trying to ISO. Also, given that the blinds are out of position.
There it is. Moreno, one of the biggest stacks at the table, making it 640. And Shaw getting them all in the middle. 2.96 million. Has Armas covered, but not Moreno. Armas gets out of the way. And Moreno quickly folds as well. Shaw picking up almost $1 million without a flop there.
He stole it first.
Action folding around to the cutoff. Cortez with queen 9, reaching for chips. It's going to open this one to 160. Tarpour will defend the big blind with a slightly worse queen. Cortez still in the lead with this queen 9 kicker. Ace and king on board here. Should favor the razor over the big blind defense. He will fire $1.05, the price of freedom. Takes it down.
Just a reminder, we've got another series already coming up, part of the Poker Go Tour. It's the Texas Pilo Roundup. There are room rates special discounts on the Hotel Champions Club, the only poker room in all of Texas with a hotel here on site. Stay, play, win big. A lot of people coming in from all over, both country and from Europe, other countries as well, to play here, including throughout this main event in this series. Moreno opening up 10-7 from the cutoff. Best hand Serrano has looked down at, and it's his big blind.
Lets it go. Doesn't want to play up against the big stack in position. Moreno's aggression paying off there, getting a good hand to lay down. Action folding all the way around to the button this time. Tarpor opening it with 5 deuce. Makes it 180,000 to call. Serrano finally finding an ace, but it's a weak one in the small blind. He'll get out of the way. Feng has Tarpor dominated with 7-5. Likely to fold. He may play. He may see a flop here. He does decide to see the flop with the 75. 2 big stacks going at it with 2 little hands. And it's a big flop.
I personally wanted to see a black 5 on the flop, but
right.
Continuation takes it for Dara.
Well, he did flop a wheel draw. Just needs a 3 and a 4.
Shot will be under the gun here. Feng and Baba in the blinds.
Folds to Armas in the +1. Couple of 7s in his hand. One of those tough spots when you're early position, a shorter stack, and kind of a middle pair. He does elect to open this to 175, but it's going to be a tough spot if anybody 3-bets him with pocket 7s. And Moreno has the type of hand that could do it. Ace-Jack and a big stack. Does 3-bet. 420 the number. Action folding around to the big blind. Baba gets out of the way. Action back on Armas. Not a huge raise, but 420,000 is about 20% of his stack. he will see the flop.
Sevens looking for a safe flop. Out of position.
Not the worst. Not the best with the queen out there, but if you're going to go with sevens, it's not the worst board you could see. Armas checks. Moreno goes with a small c-bet size of 280,000. 290 rather.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody's all out.
Drunk already?
One shot. Oof. I don't drink much anymore.
Just a spot for Armas of, does he believe he got 3-bet by ace queen? It'd maybe be a case for some suited king queen from that position as well. Is it some other pair in the hole that he's up against? He knows that if he does find this call, though, SPR, perfect for any jam, or whether it's from him or from Moreno.
I know, I looked up, I was like, wait a second. I need this 15 minutes.
Armas given this one quite a bit of thought. Makes the call. Leaving himself with under a pot-sized bet in his stack. And another relatively safe-looking card. Moreno moving all in with just ace high. Armas started this hand second lowest in chips, would have the lowest stack if he folds here.
Armas with a look back at the clock includes all of the payouts.
Ninth place, 18,430. The next payout, 25,000. So big jump there. But obviously, everybody looking for that first place, 184K. And Armas decides to pick a better spot. He gets out of the way. Nice pot there for Moreno with no pair. 3 million in the middle. Moves back up to over 6 million in his stack. And Armas now in a little bit of danger. Down to 1.4 million. He'll be the big blind next hand for 80,000, 80,000. He'll have to put over 10% of his stack in without looking at his cards.
A double up for any of these short stacks, though, puts them right in the middle of things. Just got to get it in good and hold.
Yeah, again, nobody really in, extreme danger. Even Armas with the shortest stack has 18 big blinds. He can still fade another orbit or two before he needs to start shove or fold mode. Moreno, fresh off that win, opens to 160 in early position with 5-6 suited. And Taharpur putting in a 3-bet with 7 high, 7-6 suited for him, 450 the new number. These guys are starting to play now. Can't find a hand, make a hand. Folds back around to Moreno. Will we see a 6 high versus 7 high flop here? I hope so, because the funny thing is both of these players are going to put the other player on high cards, and if one connects, they're both going to connect. This could be a very interesting hand if Moreno decides to play. But he opts to let it go. Taharpur, the big stack at the table now, and Moreno does not want to tangle with a bigger stack with that holding. Wants to try to eliminate a shorter stack.
And we do have Johnny Vibes jumping in the chat. Brother of Andrew Moreno. Johnny Vibes, popular poker vlogger. You can go check out his channel, support his content when you get a chance as well. But yeah, the reminder that Moreno's just a walking, talking computer and poker crusher. Over 4 million in earnings, leading this table when it comes to Hendon Mob. So no shock that he has some consistent runs, deep runs here at Champions.
Yeah, he's got 5 reported tournament wins, including a PGT 10K buy-in, where he won over 1.5 million. So definitely no slouch. Nobody at this table really is. It's a killer lineup. Moreno opening another one, this time with King 10, makes it 160, and Baba on the button will raise it up here with Ace Queen offsuit, makes it 330,000. Action back on Moreno. I like the aggression. Even after folding to a 3-bet last hand, he decides to open an early position this hand too. He will get out of the way though. Baba in position. Did have the best of it there. Hate to see the 7-4 suited go into the muck, but I realize this is a final table. I'm not going to give too much crap for not playing the best possible hand.
Yeah, Moreno started the final table folding my 7 deuce, but he knows a lot more about tournament poker than I do.
If you want to see players playing the 7-4s and 7 deuces, you got to check out our cash streams, typically Monday through Thursday, weekly here on Champions Poker Live.
Yeah, recently we did have a all-in pre-flop 6 deuce versus ace. Surprisingly, aces won. And that was just on a 25, 50, 100 with 50 big blind ante. So some amazing cash action on the regular here.
Baba opening another one from late position with Queen 8 suited. Cortez in the big blind, giving it some thought here with Jack 7. Looks like he's going to peel a flop. Queen 8 hitting top pair. Cortez missing this one. Does have some backdoor straight outs. C-bet of 125 from Baba. Cortez makes the laydown. Action folding all the way around to the blinds. Cortez looking down at 10-7 in the small blind. Will make the call. Moreno, ace-8 in the big blind. Likely to raise it up here, blind versus blind, any ace. Way ahead of average. He's not going to allow Cortez to re-raise him. Bets 2 million. Enough to put Cortez all in. Cortez makes the quick fold. Serrano early position with an ace wheel. Seen him being very cautious so far here. He gets out of the way. Serrano, a Houston native, has a few different caches reported on Hindemob, all local tournaments. Best cash 2,100, so he's already beat his best payday today. Guaranteed 18,000, but playing very cautiously, waiting, trying to hit that six-figure score. Folds around to Armas in the cutoff, and his ace wheel will get the chips in the middle. Ace deuce suited, all in. Gets folds from the blinds, and he'll pick up a set of blinds and antes.
Oh, you made? Yeah, down the head. I was resigned to paying the big one.
So you're saying I gotta increase this one? I had it ready to go, man.
Yeah, you're definitely.
Thanks. She went faster, Dara. Never.
Sounds like the blinds are going to be going up after this hand. Action folding to Baba. Ace wheel suited for him. He'll open to 175. Folds around to the button. Moreno looking down at ace jack. He's been very aggressive, but we have seen some restraint when he's up against a bigger stack, and Baba does have a pretty sizable stack and opened in early position. Moreno will raise, though, being in position here. Makes it 440. And Ingles with a nice looking hand in the small blind, but with a raise and a 3-bet, probably going to get out of the way with king queen off. Cash game, maybe you 4-bet. For your tournament life, probably just get out of the way.
Two other players left to act as well. And Moreno is gonna collect this pot. No flop.
Our first dealer change of the night, Mackenzie going out. One of the best dealers in the world traveled here to deal this series. You've seen her the final table, the World Series of Poker, among other things. Rich, another great dealer, getting in there now. Texas PLO Roundup coming up next month, 16th to the 25th of November. Mark that on your calendars. Got interrupted there singing the praises of Rich, the other dealer that just pushed in here. Also a traveling dealer, one of the best in the world. You've seen him on all kinds of live streams, final tables. Here he is at Champions Club for the Fall Poker Open main event. Blinds are now up to 50,000 and 100,000, putting the average stack at 45 big blinds. Still a ton of play in this tournament. We might be here forever, Kyle. I don't know. I think maybe we should set up a tent, order some pies, get some movies rocking.
Lock in. I cleared my schedule until at least tomorrow morning.
Smart man.
Well played.
My schedule is cleared until tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central. PLO with the Stallions tomorrow, if this thing is over by then. If you like the 4-card game, our Tuesday night stream, always a fun one. There's a look at your chip denominations. The pink chips are still in play. Those are 5,000 each. The green octagon's 25K and the white octagons are 100,000. We don't have any plaques out there yet, but they'll be coming out most likely after this level. They'll be coloring off all the pinks when the players take their break after this level. Players get a break every 2 hours, which means Kyle and I get to go pee every 2 hours.
Sounds about right.
Cortez thinking about doing something here with 7-6 suited. Early position. I like the aggression we're seeing out of Cortez with such a short stack compared to some of these other guys. Not just sitting around here, actually playing some poker. Raising to 205. Big stack, though, on the button with Queen Jack suited. Giving it some thought. Looks like he's just going to call. And the blinds will get out of the way. Heads up we go to the flop. Taharpur in position with the best of it and flopping really well here. Middle pair and an open ender for him. Cortez completely missing. But with all these Broadway cards on board and him opening an early position, I'd like to see a continuation bet. Does c-bet for 160, 165 rather.
Dara in position and so much equity, way more equity than he may think. Not going anywhere.
Yeah, maybe afraid that Cortez has a king, ace king, something like that, but now with a second king on board, that is much less likely. And Cortez now shutting it down. Tarpor probably feeling pretty confident that his hand is best. But he will exercise pot control and check it back. Total blank on the river.
Cortez left with just 7 high here on the end. Nearly a million chip pot.
We saw him put in a third pot bluff on a similar hand about an orbit ago against Moreno. See if he decides to try for a value bet size again. That would put him pretty low in chips if he put a 300,000 of the 1.5 million in. He decides to just go ahead and check it. And Tarpor with enough showdown value to just check it back.
And you can see Dara's not tabling his hand. That's because Cortez just mucked his hand. I was wondering what was going to happen there, and I actually don't mind that at all. He's not giving info away, showing how light he was opening from early position. If he were to table that hand, he's getting called off way lighter than he may want in the future. And that's something that, as that hand started, as he opened that, I really liked that he was battling for pots, but it kind of sets up that he's being very active, and when he does really have a premium hand, he's going to get paid. He's going to get action because he's V-pipping so high. But yeah, that was an interesting spot there.
Very much so. I would say he gave away almost as much information by doing that as if he had turned his hand over, though.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he's signaling that he had worse than 10 high. You know, didn't connect to that board at all.
Can't beat a call on the flop.
Yeah, ace queen and queen 10 were both straights. Everything else connected.
Yeah.
And now he raises it up again. This time he has something. 2 Broadway cards in his hand. King Jack offsuit, early position. Makes it 205 again. Folds all the way around to the big blind, though. Obama looking down at 2 Broadway cards of his own. Slightly better, ace 10. And opts to just call. Ace high board. Baba with top pair, Cortez with middle pair. And he should definitely be c-betting this one as the opener. That's 110. And Baba just calling. 780,000 in the middle now. Cortez left with 1.2 million in his stack. And is way behind now. No improvement for him on the turn. Will he continue to fire?
Counting out chips and putting them in.
Pretty small sizing with 780 in the middle. I think that was 160. A 140, even smaller than I thought. Setting up for a pot-sized bet on the river. Or so it would appear.
SPR exactly 1 for Cortez.
Backdoor spades getting there. Cortez has the king of spades in his hand, but he decides not to fire here. It goes check, check, and Baba will take it down with the ace 10. Cortez showing that king of spades. And Cortez now at just at 1 million. So exactly, well, not exactly, just over 10 big blinds in his stack, 1.06 million. Blinds now at 50 and 100. He's going to need to make something happen again. And Armas also in a little bit of danger with about 14 big blinds just in front of Cortez. Big blind coming around for each of them pretty soon here. Next hand for Armas.
No, we didn't do it.
2 hands for Cortez.
I mean, if I did put it on, it'd probably be you, Han, not Dara. He didn't play to the last one. Oh, yeah, 4K. He only played 1 flight. How easy. I only wanted to do 1,500. He's like, no, higher. I'm like, you sure? Had the bag. How easy.
Folds around to Ingles. Min click. Ace king. Makes it 200,000. Folds all the way around to Sean, the big blind. He'll be likely to defend here with Jack 10. And we will go to a flop. 2 Broadway cards in each player's hand. Ingles with the best of it in position. And a 7 high board. No help to either player. Board should favor the big blind, but Shaw will not push back here a bet and take it for Ingles.
Did you get to play with him at all that day or no?
Yeah, he's directly to my left.
It's fun.
Yeah, I should have called off like 300 big blinds. But it's not enough
Yeah.
and 2 big blinds, 300. So 10 deuce suited. Yeah.
10 deuce.
Probably didn't even look. To be fair.
Oh, Lord.
I did fold 2 hands in a row before that. Oh, really? So you like, yeah.
Pick the spot.
Yeah. Pick the right spot, yeah. That's a bad fold. That flash. That flash.
This one flush?
Yeah, it looked like a 9 of hearts to me. But
Close.
One of our shorter stacks in the big blind currently. Short Tis stack was under the gun. He's out of the way. Starting to fold around into the blinds, but Baba on the button. Suited Jack 10. Nice opening hand.
Does open it. 200K. Armas looking down at Queen 9. Does have the best of it. Gonna move all in again. It's the second time he shipped it on Baba.
Trying, Root.
This time, Baba asking for a count.
I don't know it, but I kind of you don't want to.
She's great.
Basically a coin flip here. Armas the slight favorite.
I can't eat you.
But he does have the shorter stack.
Yeah, you can tell Baba really wanting to go with it.
Yeah, it's so tough here. Doesn't want to double anybody up. But such a pretty hand on the button. Yeah, wise decision. Get out of the way there. Look for a better spot.
Runs right. Alright. I'm gonna play for real now. Like that, the other guy.
Yeah, I get it, man. strong callback. When you shut down, you want to play for real?
Suited ace queen for our chip leader now. Dara opens 2 1/4. Folds into the blinds here. Armas out of the way. And no big blind defense. Just a raise and take. Don't forget to let us know in the chat who you're tuning in for, who you're rooting for. No, there's a lot of fans for Moreno, one of our few out-of-town final table lists. Ingles also from out of town, but also very well known within the local community here. That is Ingles opening from under the gun. 2 big blinds. More than 2 big blinds now from Fang. 3 bets to 550. Second time for Angles to open under the gun and face a 3-bet. Fang, a suited king. Again, back-to-back hands for him. This time he's first in. 200,000. Offsuit queen, jack in the cutoff for one of our shorter stacks. Right at 16 bigs. Gets away from it, doesn't want to find the call. Some respect given to Fang, and players left to act.
Folding all the way around to the big blind. Ingles defending. 10-7. Top pair for Fang.
His dangler kicker working around that 6-4 as well. Continuation takes it. Fang dragging back-to-back pots here.
Now another one of our shorter stacks will be under the gun, facing the big blind next hand. He's got 18 bigs. Serrano hasn't had much to work with so far this final table. We're almost 40 hands in now.
Hasn't seen a flop. I don't think he has a VPIP yet. He's obviously paid the blinds, but that's it.
Ace wheel again for him in early position. He gets out of the way. Fang will be raising again. King 10 of clubs.
We went King 9, King 5, now King 10, and that's just for Fang. Shaw, Ace Queen, suited spades.
And just calling.
Might be inviting something from these short stacks behind.
Yeah,
they get out of the way.
Make it attractive. See if they just opt to squeeze there, and then he can re-squeeze. But it didn't work. Tarpor, though, getting a great price to call on the big blind with a suited connector. And he'll come along. 3 players going to the flop. Unfortunately for Tarapor, his clubs are covered by Fang's King 10. But what a flop for him. Open-ended straight flush. Fang with top pair and a better flush draw. The best hand goes to 3rd place. Tarapor leading out 375,000. Fang just calling, and Shaw gets out of the way. Fang a 70-30 favorite here. Tarapor needs to hit his straight. Unfortunately, he catches the clubs, and that's going to be really bad. 2 big stacks going at it here. I would imagine Tarapor is going to try to keep this pot small. Fang with the second nuts is probably not too worried here, although Tarapor did lead out into the club draw and then leads out again.
Yeah, on that flop, obviously Tarapor defending with some suited cards that are worse than Fang's flush, but 5-4 suited, also possibility there. While you mentioned Dar is probably trying to elect for pot control, Fang wouldn't mind building this one up. He's got to know he has the best of it here. Normally, these 2 stacks not incentivized to play big pots against each other, especially with such short stacks on the table. But we have a pot here, 2.7 in the middle as the board pairs on the end. If Dara did have something like 5-4, he boats up.
Yeah, now an interesting spot for Fang as Tarapor checks. Do we try to get some more value out of this king high flush, or do we just show down knowing an ace high flush beats us and now the board pair brings in more possibilities? You're really only targeting lower flushes at this point, or perhaps trip 4s that's not full. He appears to be stacking on a sizable bet. 1.8 million. Quick call from Tarapor. Doesn't even give it that much thought. And a huge pot going to Fang. And this is why this kid is so successful. Look at all of this value he gets here. And now he's got a quarter of the chips in play. almost 8 million of the 40 million in play. 45 million, I should say. 40.5 million.
Massive pot there. That pot worth more than any other player's stack outside of Moreno.
Han Fang. Cold-blooded assassin. So many chips have changed hands for this final table. We're about 40 hands into it and still no eliminations.
He was doing it to him yesterday.
But Fang has almost doubled his stack, and he came into this final table as one of the top 3 stacks. Amazing.
Yeah, that's going to dictate a lot of how the rest of this final table plays out. What a flop, what a run out. Obviously, both players smashing the flop and getting there. Baba. Just over 2 bigs. 2 1/4. Same hand, different suit for Serrano. Haven't seen him defend it yet, but there is the big blind defense.
Oh, man.
And not a favorable flop for Serrano to get a portion of this back. Baba easily can continue and take.
Yeah, we definitely haven't seen Serrano get sticky. In fact, this is the first flop he's taken, correct?
Yes. Does have, obviously, the same gut shot.
He does have backdoor clubs as well, so a slight free roll, but it's just so hard to defend there when your straight draw brings a bigger straight to anybody with a king. And your backdoor clubs are only 9 high. He just gets out of the way. Psychologically, that might have been a better result than actually hitting that flop, getting your whole stack in there and splitting it. The first hand you play after being so patient. So, you know, he doesn't know what happened yet. Maybe that's a better psychological result for him.
I gotta protect it.
Serrano in the big blind, or in the small blind this time. $15 bigs in his stack. Shaw, 2 blackjacks in early position. There's no good way to play this. Opens it for, looks like 2 1/4. And the short stack with 2 8s. This might be good news for Shaw. Cortez jams here. It's going to keep a lot of those Broadway cards out of there. Bad news for Cortez, who has 8 big blinds and a pair that needs help. He is all in. 810,000. Folds back around to Shaw. Fang folding 7s in that spot. Good fold for him. Shaw instantly making the call. He is ahead. Jacks versus 8s. Cortez needs some help here, or he will be our first player eliminated. 35 hands into this final table. Cortez came in with one of the middle stacks. I think he was 3rd lowest stack coming in. Oh, a set of jacks for Shaw. Cortez almost dead here. Needs running diamonds or running 8s. Check mark now delivered.
I meant that too.
And first elimination goes to David Shaw. Mark Cortez running into it there, and unfortunately that's going to eliminate him in 9th place. He was the winner of the Lone Star Series main event a few years back at the old Champions location, taking home $110,000 on that one. Today he's going to go home with $18,430. Unfortunate to run into jacks there with a pocket pair of his own. But nice run there for Mark Cortez, who got into this for only 1 bullet. Pretty profitable tournament for him. Nice job.
That was worse than flopping him down there. That was rough. You're right. Forgot about that. Yeah. Put me back in check.
Suited king 10 after a pay ladder for Armas. Goes 225. He's been sticking with this open sizing, about 2.2. Suited 8-6 defends the big blind. 600,000 in the pot. Both players connect. Armas, the effective stack and with the better hand. Goes third bot for the continuation. Hard to make a pair and fold sometimes. Bob calls at least one street here. Picks up a gut shot. 7 to straighten out.
Is a pair and a gut shot enough? Seems like Baba and Armas have been running into each other quite a bit.
SPR was pretty perfect here for this jam. 1 million before 1,205,000 goes in. Maybe time for Baba to start believing that Armas did hit that king. Does he have one of these flush draws? Or is it a made hand and the pair of sixes for Baba really in bad shape? Baba does make the fold. Armas chipping up. No longer the shortest stack on the table. That will belong to Serrano instead. And good timing for Armas to pick up some chips as the blinds are coming around for him. I do like Moreno's hoodie there, the skill game hoodie. Believe that's from his brother Johnny Vibes brand. I'm sure plenty of that merch likely still available online. Choctaw nuts in the muck. Not the hand you want to go with if you're the shortest stack on the table. But any king is good if you've got a quarter of the chips in play. Fang raises button. King tray off. And a suited ace wheel from the small blind. Don't want to come in and just calling on passive lines out of the small blind. Baba 3-bets and ace queen in the big blind. See how Shaw wants to proceed here. Knows Fang's opening any 2 cards. Not worried about Fang. But this blind on blind battle. You see right there, he didn't even look over at Fang. Just look at the 3-better.
Well, this is a stack that he can double through. Maybe we'll hear that bark. No. Chooses not to go with it. Looks like Feng actually reaching for raising chips here. And I can't say I blame him. The way that that played, it was pretty clear that Shaw had a real hand there, probably an ace in his hand. So makes it less likely that Baba's going to hit an ace if he has one. Feng feeling pretty good about his king high here, knowing he's going to have position. And puts this pressure on the shorter stack. Betting 1.2 million.
And Fang does take it. That could also just be one of those weird leveling wars where it's, hey, I know that you know that I'm opening any 2. So if you 3-bet me to try to fold out some crazy hand like king 3 off, if I play back at you, I must actually have a real hand this time.
Levels upon levels upon levels at this table. Lots of experience here. A lot of money won among these players. Millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, and if you want your shot at plenty of money, you want to experience some PLO, 4-card poker, a whole series of it coming up. You just saw it there on the bottom of the screen. The main event for that, another $1 million guarantee. November 21st through the 24th, Poker Go Tour coming back to Houston, Texas, right here at Champions Club.
Super excited about that. We're going to have Brent Hanks and Jeff Platt on commentary during most of those tournaments. Be streaming a lot of cash games and tournaments during that November series, mostly 4-card poker for all of that, which is the game of Houston, Texas. Tarpour opening this one in early position with a suited 1-gapper. Armas defending the big blind. It has him dominated with Jack-10. But this flop pretty decent for Tarpour. Gut shot, straight draw. Backdoor diamonds working for him as well. It's going to go check, check. And right in the guts. 10-8, straightening out.
Guys, I gotta go.
Go cash out. We decided to shop.
Sounds like we're coloring up some pink chips. Armas now with a gut shot of his own. Tarpour's made straight, firing out 475,000 into 600,000. Sorry, 375,000. Armas gets out of the way.
3.
Fang's got so many chips, we're coloring up green ones. Let's go.
2.5 is 3 million. Thank you.
Tournament director Brian Freitas doing a great job as always. Put together these great structures. Giving these guys a lot of play here at the final table. Average stack still over 50 big blinds.
Get your money's worth. Ingles trying to win this one. Opens again under the gun. And a pair buried in the cutoff. Sevens for Baba.
And Moreno getting a really good price to close the action with a bad ace. Or perhaps he's thinking about playing back. No, he's going to just get out of the way. Doesn't want to get stuck if he does flop an ace and there's a better one behind him. All baby cards.
Sevens, gotta love it. Checks behind. Sevens, loving it a little bit less, but Ingles loving it more. Queen rolls off for Ingles to take the lead, and they're checking this one through again. Good time for Ingles to stab at it with the best hand. Goes on the larger size, which I like. Looks like he's trying to just steal it, really targeting an exact holding of Baba, and gets the value. Great hand there for Ingles.
Nicely done. See some new folks in the chat letting us know who they're sweating. If you're new to the stream, let us know. Who are you watching out there? Who do you think's going to win this thing?
Yeah, both Ben Jackson and Mixon Poker polling for Moreno. I assume that's what the AMO stands for, is Andrew Moreno.
Makes sense.
9-8 under the gun for Dara here. 2.25. Seeing some ace wheels behind. Both of them in the muck. Folds to Armas on the button. We're in the blinds now. We've seen a couple burned aces. Good for Moreno to get out of the way. And a suited queen will defend. Heads up we go. Another gut shot for Dara. Continues in position. $175 into 600. And next hand. Dara not going to stack all of those chips. Going to have to post the big blind and ante for this hand. Action going to be starting on our short stack, Serrano. Dirty diaper for Serrano. Easy fold. And our chip leader, Fang, first in with a suited queen 10.
Applying more pressure.
Shaw, the parking lot hand once again, offsuit ace queen.
This time without a 3-better in between.
He can be the 3-better if he wants. 3-betting into the chip lead would be the position.
And he does lift it up. Looks like 620. 720. Goes big. Gets Moreno to fold 7s on the button. And it folds all the way around. Picks up 3.5, 4 big blinds.
Dan's favorite hand in the muck.
No!
Ace-X in the hijack for Armas.
I probably wouldn't play 7-4 too much at this final table, but if I had Fang's stack, I would open with it every time.
Have some fun with it.
Yeah.
Give some chips back to the rest of the table.
Well, you're supposed to be opening almost every hand anyway when you have that number of chips, so
Yeah.
why not open with the best possible hand?
Yeah, great 3-bet candidates. Ace Queen, King Queen, 7-4. You know, all of the classics.
That's right.
A bit of exhaustion or sleep deprivation there from Armas. Somebody get him some caffeine. Seven four. Oh, they're in the muck. Suited ace 8 for Moreno now.
Stream's breaking my heart. Moreno does open. 230 the number. Serrano looking down at Queen Jack suited. Now down to under 13 big blinds. He's going to defend this one. And another ace 8 behind him, the big stack. Fang's offsuit. I think he's thinking about squeezing for the size of the small stack here.
Yeah.
Just the way he's eyeballing that stack.
It's basically isolate the short stack, invite him in, and get Moreno out.
And he does just that. 3 bets to 1 million, just over Serrano's stack size, rather. And now Moreno in a pickle here. He does have the best hand. But that's a big percentage of his stack, and ace 8 facing a big 3-bet, sometimes will shrivel up a little bit.
The flash.
Gets out of the way. Looked like one of his cards flashed up. Doesn't matter. Serrano getting out of the way. Very very heads-up play there by Feng, just recognizing that Serrano hasn't defended very many hands, is unlikely to put his whole stack in, and that he could squeeze out the original opener who's in position and could have just about any kind of holding. Moreno, one of the more aggressive players at the table, doesn't have to have aces or ace-king in that spot. He could have just about anything.
Yeah, and Han also recognizes that he and Moreno are the most studied players at this final table. So Moreno's not going to get out of line and make some ICM mistakes here. Not going to punt things off. Has quite a lot of value in that chip stack. Nearly 6 million in the chip stack. Top 3 stack currently. So great play there by Han.
This one folds all the way around to the blinds. Han in the small blind. Looked like he was going to min raise, but he didn't throw out enough chips, so it ends up being a call. He was raising the previous level. All diamonds out there. Nobody flopping the flush, but Feng has a 10 high flush draw. Baba top pair. Bet of 100,000 is called. Board getting wetter.
Goes check on the turn. And board pairs itself. The second pair in favor of Baba here. Does Feng elect to stab? Check, and Baba gets to realize his showdown value. Nothing too out of line there for the blind on blind. Ace King for Ingles. Definitely the best hand he's seen all day. And sevens, the only made hand that Serrano has seen.
Wow. Surprising laydown there with that stack size.
10 bigs, might want to go with.
May end up saving him some money here as Feng 3-bets with King 10.
Can see the breathing there from Ingles. Can't see what he wants to do with the Ace King yet.
seems like.
Goes big. Looks like 1.4 million. Thing all in, putting max pressure on, and Ingles with a quick call. And we could have a big double up here for Ingles. He is in really good shape. 74% favored against the King 10.
Nearly 8 million chips this pot. 8 high rainbow.
Just needs to fade a 10 or running straight cards. Now a 10 only, and Ingles doubles up through Fang. It's a king ball. Ace will play. And just like that, Ingles, one of the bigger stacks at the table and knocking the biggest stack down quite a bit. Fang will remain the biggest stack at the table here with over 8 million in chips, but Ingles now 7.76, taking second place in chip stack. One big pot changing things. Rich making sure the count is right here. Players are going to be going on a short break. Stick with us. We do have some highlights to show you and some other stuff here. Don't forget about that Texas PLO Roundup. Put those dates in your calendar. November 16th through the 25th, a whole series of Pot Limit Omaha events culminating in a 1 million guaranteed PLO tournament, the first 1 million guarantee in Texas history for PLO. Plenty of ways to win yourself a seat in that tournament, including tomorrow, a milestone satellite for $350 at 7 p.m. You can win your seat into that 1 million guaranteed main. It was cool to see him very early on in the stream make a pretty big bluff. He got called down by Jeffrey, Mr. J, and lost that one. But I think everybody at the table was kind of surprised to see him trying to bluff early on in the stream, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I definitely took notice to that. Oh, and here it is, big hands.
Eddie opening with 10s and ham, finding kings on the button.
How much you playing him? I started with 5, but I got like 40.
I'd expect this to maybe just be all in pre.
5-ish.
Getting short-handed in a Nick game. Both of these players having premium hands.
Maybe.
I don't know Eddie super well, but I imagine that these two have played together before. They're both Houston guys. Yeah, Eddie just jamming.
That's fine.
And they're going to run it 2 times, and Ham is in really good shape.
Good luck.
To double up here.
Straight on the top board for a chop.
Oh my god.
Oh my, 10's full on the first flop.
Looks like 10 in the window. Wow.
No. We saw the one outer get there last time.
Oh man, the poker
Ham
got
still
me.
has a shot, but it's likely Eddie's going to get this first run out at least.
Is that the one for the nib?
Very close on the river.
Yeah,
Queen.
Burned a lot of clubs there, so.
Clubs came out. Oh, deck is
Ham.
cool though.
Oh, 10's full on both boards. Case 10. What the heck?
This might be a Max Payne stream here.
No, that's not.
Ham needs to
real.
find one of the last 2 kings.
Getting him bad. That's the plan.
feel like a lot of bad people come today.
Wow, what a cooler.
Basically, the go today is to
I've
get
had a
it in
chai
back.
since. I do love chai. I don't think I've had one since I moved to Texas. It's too hot here
Yeah,
all the
it's
time.
Good ice chai.
I do get. I like an iced chai too.
Nice chai tea latte. Yeah.
Joker Jerry with 9s under the gun, opens for 5 again.
Oh. Wow. Vit just opened Muck's ace jack here. Lots of respect.
Oh, anybody.
Vit the knit. keep that button all night if you're folding that hand, right? No.
Well, Mitt's got a pretty sticky hand with eights. Slightly pipped and out of position, but 10-9's in there with the.
And 3 aces on board.
Just an auto muck.
Oh no, a mid bet 2K. That makes more sense.
Okay, yeah. I thought it was an open muck too. I was like, yeah, I auto fold that hand as well.
Joker Jerry makes the call. Has the best of it, but how much pressure is Amit going to put on here? Looks like he checked.
Hopefully that gives Jerry a significant amount of information to let him know his hand's slightly
Oh wait,
stronger.
I don't think that was a check. I think the camera cut to him right after he threw all his yellow chips in there. 7,000.
wow.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
Ooh, you get a call.
Well, obviously Jerry's not going anywhere here, and Amit is drawing dead. Pretty card on the river, but it makes no difference.
No, wait.
Oh my god.
Did you buy 1 notch?
And 1 pip, yeah.
Suck,
Oh, poor Amit.
That's terrible.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on, Vic.
All right, Sam. 1 bullet.
You're the, you know I'm not going nowhere, dude.
I know that. I just don't like loading one ever. 1 time.
I'll pay interest.
Now Viet with the hooks.
Hey,
Still stacking chips. You should probably just fold jacks if you're still stacking chips.
Yeah, after beating jacks as well.
$10 on.
Easy fold. Raises to 100 instead.
but I don't have.
Nice hand. Yeah.
Is it 100?
I would have to yell someone to give it to you. Yeah, Caleb is the one with all the chips, man.
7 deuce gets there.
And I just double you up too.
Yeah, if you're going to have jacks, you want to get called by Jack 10. I read that in a poker book one time.
What the fuck? Like, how do you call that small ass fucking
Check raise for
that
calling?
fucking small ass flush?
I don't know.
What
Or
the
is
fuck
that a
was that,
call?
dude?
Got me thinking. What is it?
Check raise to 285.
If you go turn, it's actually not that bluff.
Huh?
Hard to fold flushes.
3 high flush?
4 high
Or
flush.
4 high flush?
3 high flush easy to fold.
Front door spades coming in on the paired board.
A gut shot as well for Colin. Vegas Viet's jacks are in some danger here, and as Colin
Yeah, I thought I was making a
leads out,
comeback.
Viet might just lay this one down. 475,
Right,
pretty
I did
small
my
bet
part.
though.
It's all right. I'll get it back from Viet. Since he would have
I did my part.
get me back in.
I can say I'd be like Caleb if I fold this, so I call.
Viet does make the call.
I was gonna say, I'm
Never slow rolling, Sam. Horrible for the game.
Check mark delivered.
Should be ashamed of yourself.
Should be ashamed of yourself.
again?
I am. You know that. You should never slow roll him there. That's horrible.
Colin gonna go big here.
Slow or what?
1,700.
The nittiest guy on the table shouldn't be talking. Period. Look at your number. If you look at my number, every game that we play, who beat Pip is better. Yours is always on the bottom. You shouldn't be talking. You're the tightest guy on the table. You shouldn't be talking. The tightest guy should not be talking.
You're the tightest
I'm
guy.
telling you.
You're the tightest guy.
Every game, who's beat
Who
Pip
has
is
it on the
better.
river?
I'm just telling you.
Who has it on the river?
Look at the numbers.
Look at the hands.
Don't
Look
matter
at
the
the hands,
hands.
bud. You know it.
Dude,
You
you're
never
the
bluff.
tightest dude on the table.
Get away with it. Oh, you're fucking.
No,
Colin's
real
just trying to
talk.
get this bluff
Real
through.
talk.
bluff.
You always think everybody
he's
knows
hating
what
this.
the cards it is.
It's like
Shit, you're the tightest dude.
they're talking about V-Pip, and I'm trying to get a bluff through.
He went pot.
Sorry, I was
Call me the tightest.
Jack's tightest.
You're funny.
I didn't say anything about
Look
tight.
at your numbers.
I've seen my numbers.
Yeah. 17.
Either way, Outlaw's going to have some needles here.
Flush.
Nope. Jack high.
Oh, he
jack
almost
high.
mugged
I
the
got two
jacks.
jacks. Oh, jeez. Blame it on Kayla. I was going to fold for sure. Blame it on Kayla, man. I was going to fold my hand, guarantee 100%.
Yeah, there's nothing better than us calling him a nit while I'm bluffing.
Fuck, I know. Dude, this dude is the tightest dude. He's telling me to call him the loosest guy on the table a nit. What the
Whoa, I'm the loosest
Yeah,
guy.
no, I know. But just look at the numbers.
Yeah, that's my title.
every number is on the stream. Who's the highest? This guy talks so much shit that is funny.
Just because you play Dude, doesn't mean
it doesn't matter.
Still owe
Look,
that
who
nit
lost?
tax. That's going to be covered
I'm in a rat hole now.
What happened?
by the man leaving the game, given that there's an additional 300 out in the middle. It's not as large of an open as you may think normally. Now a little over 3x from the ace wheel on the button. Ty versus Viet. Classic matchup here. Again, a lot of these players played with each other just multiple times a week forever. Chukia and from Denver and kind of travels the whole country with business as well. But he's played in this lineup and on the floor game with
really
this
matter.
similar lineup. When he
ever
comes
has a worse
down
hand
here
than you,
to
or sometimes
Houston.
He does, your hand is just like Brent's.
Gonna see a click back here. But there it is from
You have a
Ty.
hand here, Ty. Golly. Fine.
I almost swore about this.
Okay.
I was gonna say you can't afford at that point.
56, 85.
Can't put in 2 and 4 to 56.
Fold. And there it is. Now you can expect a potential slow roll and a dance here from Viet. Just smashes it, but
Feels like
Ty's
a
still
Viet
live to the diamonds and gets there immediately.
Wait.
Wow.
Ty Survivor?
Oh no, I hated that, Ty.
Nah, this is fun.
Viet might know.
Oh, what?
Ty got there.
Bingo! Were you slow rolling his ass?
How much?
Oh my goodness.
What a sick hand.
What a fucking nit Ty is.
Nuts.
I reached out for
0.1 points. 0.2. You get 2 yards there.
I reached out for him.
Ty's turn with aces. Nobody doing him the favor yet.
Can I get a green tea?
Ty loves it. 5 players to the flop. King 8, Trey, Rainbow. Set of 8s for Tish. J-Phil, top pair and nit button comes along. Never seen Waters fold a pair, but first time for everything. And 3 players. How does Ty know? How does Ty check there? 5-10 in the middle. It's like 185 from Tish. Super small. Oh, man. Great sizing given J-Phil's stack, actually. Really like this play.
Got him 11 yards.
The max. J-Phil drawing dead. Tie. River card. An ace.
Wow.
Oh. Ty finds the 2-outer on the end.
Another look at the chip denominations in play. The 5Ks just came off, so we're down to just the greens and the whites right now. The green one's 25K, the whites are 100K. Blinds are going to be going up here to 75,000, 125,000, 125,000. So a little more pressure on the shorter stacks as we come back. Still 8-handed in this final table here. And even with the increased blinds, average stack still at about 40 big blinds. Everybody here guaranteed 25K, but everybody looking at that top spot, $184,200. Super great structure here. We've only lost one player so far. Almost 50 hands into this final table. This could be a long one, folks. Buckle up.
Oh, put my phone over there.
I know I say it every time we do a final table, Kyle, but the structures here are just amazing. It's so great to do these final tables where we can actually talk about the play rather than, oh, this is the hand that he's going to have to gamble with.
Yeah, just put it in with any two. Oh, look, he has ace-x, he has to go. No. Get to see plenty of high-quality play. This time it's Dara with eights. And deuces on the button. Gonna come along. Suited computer hand in the big blind.
Gets out of the way and heads up we go. Pair versus pair. Seven-4 gets there. Eights still in good shape. Baba picking up a gut shot to the bottom end of a straight. Tarpour leading out though for 450. He was the initial raiser. Still has the best hand, but Baba reaching for calling chips. Will stick around here in a big pot brewing. 1.775 in the middle. Board pairs.
Dara coming with some pot control now. Knows that this board typically not going to favor his open. That's likely why we saw that call from Baba on the flop as well. Goes check, check.
And the eights remain the best hand, but now an overcard on the board. And Tarpour continuing to check.
Yeah.
Baba will not fire, though, and the eights will get the pot here, and a nice one at that.
Yeah, given the flop action, after that, both players completely fine with the size of the pot.
And Tarpour moving back up. Started as the biggest chip stack, 7.1 million. He's been under 7 million for quite a while now. Up to 7.3. He is the third biggest stack at the moment. This man, the second biggest. Ingles opening to 250 with King Jack.
Yeah, we saw Dara and Fang play a big one in favor of Fang, and then just before break, Fang doubles up Ingles, Ace King versus King 10. 5-bet jam.
The deuces have moved over to the small blind. Armas looking down at two black deuces and a relatively short stack. Decides to get out of the way after giving it some thought. Moreno will defend most likely with 9-10 here. Yeah, makes the call and heads up we go to the flop. All clubs on board. Moreno with the only club. It's 10 high. King Jack still in the lead. And a C-bet of 175 from Ingles.
As the initial opener, especially under the gun, if Ingles does have a club, it's supposed to be the king, the queen, the jack, and some sort of combos of exactly what he has, like a king, queen, or king, jack combo. But Moreno does click back here.
And a very small click back, almost a min click from 175,000 to 400,000. But it's going to get the job done.
Yeah, Ingles does continue there if he has maybe an offsuit open, the king or the jack dry, but gets off of it pretty easily. A lot of credit given to that check raise.
And Ingles might continue if he's actually hits an ace there as well, even without the draw. But Serrano finds a hand to go with. Ace-9 suited, early position. He's down to less than 10 bigs now, and he jams it in there for about 1 million. Action folds all the way around to the blinds. Good news for him. And no defense. He will pick up an orbit worth of blinds and antes. Goes from 1.05 million to 1.375 with no flop. Feels good. Serrano's been very patient. I believe he's only seen 2 flops this whole final table and has already laddered up 1 spot. Came into the final table relatively short stacked. Second shortest stack coming in.
Looks down at another ace-X. This time slightly worse and offsuit. Gets out of the way. Ace-10 behind. Opens.
Folds all the way around to the blinds. Ingles with pocket 9s in the small blind. Giving it some thought. Just going to see a flop. Big blind gets out of the way, and heads up we go. Ingles in the lead currently, but out of position with the small pocket pair, and 2 big cards on board. Bad news for him. No pair for Fang, but he does have the gut shot to Broadway and the aggression. Ingles checks. Fang C-bets 200. And it's going to work to get Ingles off his pair.
Suited ace wheel for Fang now. Opens again.
Folds all the way around.
Fang was enjoying having over a quarter of the chips in play earlier prior to doubling Ingles. He's starting to close in on that position again. Close to 10 million in chips.
Armas opening with 10-7 suited in a short stack. Early position. Trying to steal some blinds now before they get to him. Kind of dangerous to do that with Fang in the big blind. But it will fold all the way around to Fang, and he's got 4-5 suited. Probably going to peel a flop here. And he does. Two 10s on board. Armas smashing this one. C-bets for 175. Kind of a fidgety C-bet there. I wonder if Fang is picking up anything off that. Scratched his nose, reached for chips, reached back for more chips. Fang gets out of the way. Didn't have much to defend with anyway, but I was just noticing all the excessive movement there. I'm sure Fang did as well.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like, how did I smash it this hard? What do I do with it now?
Ten-7 again. This time offsuit.
Worked once, probably can't work twice.
Right. Let's just get out of the way.
Suited King 9 in the hijack is the first in for two big blinds. 10-7 is hot, but not hot enough to continue this hand. And this hand might be over.
Yeah, kind of an ugly hand in the big blind for Baba. Pretty cheap to continue, but do you want to play Queen 6 off out of position? Yes, you do. Makes the call.
A pair for both players. Ingles the better of it, and he does have position. He continues. Win check 2. Baba gonna need some help. Finds the call on the flop. Gonna need to find a queen, a 6, and does immediately. Great defense now that we're looking at the flop in the turn. Goes check, check. Oh no. Boat over boat.
Wow. What a river card. And it just makes it highly unlikely that Ingles actually has a 9 here. So Baba probably thinking he's golden right now.
Yeah, so he's finding a lead here. And because of this lead, Ingles knows he can get paid.
how to get the stack in the middle. What size do you go with?
If Baba had somehow found a check to trap, Ingles might have gone smaller, but now he can size up.
What do you go with here? Something like pot size, like 1.6, 1.8?
Yeah, because Ingles super under-repped, as you mentioned. He could be completely whiffing this board, and if he goes polar, makes it look like a bluff. That underboat could just pay him off.
1.45 is the bet.
1.450.
Yeah, very close to pot size bet there.
And now Baba started this hand with 2.7, decides to just call, saves himself some chips here. Wise decision, but another big pot for Ingles, who won a huge one right before the break, and he's now almost tied for first place in chips. Just hit the 9 million mark. Feng with just 9.175 as the chip leader. Ingles running hot right now and playing super well.
Yeah.
Dangerous combination.
Everybody knowing exactly what happened there. Baba doesn't have to show that he had the 6. The lead and the call of the raise says it all. And as Sheila said in chat, that's just gross.
Good job not going broke.
Yeah. Now again, I think it's just really perfect sizing there from Ingles in the end. Goes too big, gets too greedy, might give the actual alarm bell of, hey, I've got the 9.
Serrano, the short stack at the table, finally getting gold here. I don't think he's going to slow play this one. Moreno open with king queen.
Feng may look to try to isolate here, but does not. Again, Serrano's been very tight this whole final table. Only seen 2 flops. Found another spot to jam. Did not get action earlier. So the rest of the table likely understanding that he's not coming in light.
And Moreno looking up at the clock there, looking at those payouts. What's the ladder? Do I want to give this guy 1 million chips?
Yeah, this is actually a very close spot. You're going to be dominated some of the time. The thing working for Serrano is that given his stack, he's supposed to be jamming a lot of holdings, a lot of small pocket pairs, but this time it's the goods.
And now he's in really good shape to double up here.
On those.
We know at least one ace in the muck.
Not a bad flop for king queen.
Gut shot for Moreno. Serrano looking for a clean run out. Just needs to fade a 10 now, and he will double up through Moreno.
The prepay from Moreno, and the aces hold.
A well-timed double for Serrano. Now not the shortest stack at the table. Got 2 stacks below him now. Armas hating that. He's the shortest stack now, or second shortest, and just about to be in the big blind with less than 20 bigs. He still has plenty of chips, though. Serrano was really the only one in the emergency zone. Champions Club Houston, the only poker club in all of Texas with a hotel on site. You can get a room here for $85 plus tax during the Texas PLO Roundup coming up in November 16th through the 25th. Check championsclubtexas.com for all the information on that. Feng now looking down at a monster after Moreno opens with ace-jack. King Kong. 3 betting 6 1/4. And Shaw looking down at ace-9 suited. Not instantly mucking, but finding the muck after giving it some thought. Armas with a pretty quality hand in the big blind, too. Folds back around to Moreno.
That 5-bet jam we saw before break from Fang might work in his favor here. The 5-bet jam was with King 10. If his 5-bet was light, can his 3-bets be light as well? Moreno with a lot of hand here. Does find a 4-bet. And just as we saw in that hand before break, this 4-bet sizing is a significant portion of Moreno's stack. He's showing some commitment to the full run out. Wouldn't be surprised to see another 5-bet jam, but Fang also in position.
Going with a 5-bet non-jam. Looks like 2.2 million. Very interesting. Opting not to just go all in there. All in and a call. Moreno with the 6-bet jam, ace-jack, and he's going to be in rough shape here. We know there's at least one ace in the muck. Fang with King Kong way out in front.
Two hearts on board, running hearts in favor of Moreno, the at-risk player.
Also running wheel cards possibility. Well, that cancels both of those. He needs one of those remaining aces now. There should only be 2 in the deck. And the Kings will hold Fang back on top. 14.8 million in his stack. And unfortunately for Moreno, he is going to be eliminated in 8th place, taking home $25,050. Going for it all there. Ends up running into the goods, though. And as you said during that hand, that 5-bet jam with King 10 ended up getting Fang paid on that hand there.
$184,000 to first place. Moreno collecting $25,000. Everybody now locking up $32,150.
And then there were 7, with 7 players remaining and 125,000 big blind. Average stack is 46. big blinds. So plenty of chips in play. Still plenty of play here for these remaining 7 players. But now Feng with a huge stack. 14 million of the 40 million in play. Almost 1/3 of the chips.
Yeah, not only that, but also obviously taking out a very strong competitor.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier, that probably the second, you know, those two probably have the most final table knowledge, most studied players at the table. Not that any of these guys are bad at this game, but Moreno was probably the one he was worried about the most.
Yeah.
Ends up getting rid of him early on. Everybody at this table happy to see that happen, obviously. A lot of people in the chat not happy. A lot of Moreno followers out there.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing him get 3-handed.
I think she's done that, yeah.
Players last night were asking for some of my predictions, given that I'd had some early access to the final table chip counts and players, and I'll release that out of my top 3, Han and Moreno were included. The third, reaching for chips right now. It's Shaw with ace-jack on the button. Goes 625.
Shaw, a good pick. As we were talking about earlier, he got second place in this very event last year. Looking to get first this year. He's got some work to do now, but he's in the right seat. He's got position on the chip leader. And it'll be a 3-bet and take it for him on this one.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see Moreno go out early. Came into the final table. Nice chip stack. Plenty of experience. The most in total live earnings as reported by Hendon Mob. Over 4.5 million in tournament winnings. Online crusher, very well studied. But down to the final 7 here.
Action folding around to the dealer button. Armas opening to 275 with King 10. Ingles looking down at a suited king in the small blind. King 6. He'll get out of the way. Tarpor defending the big blind with 8-9. We'll see a flop. Tarpor connecting with middle pair. Gut shot for Armas. Backdoor hearts working for him as well. It goes check, check. Board pairs, 9s and 5s for Tarpor. Now a big favorite. He'll lead out. 375. Armas giving it quite a bit of thought here, taking inventory. jams it all in with the gut shot. Has 2 overcards to Tarpor's pair. But putting himself at risk here, he does have the shorter stack. Currently just a draw. Now it's Tarpor taking inventory. Seeing he's going to have plenty of chips left even if he loses this one. I can't see him folding a pair here after the check on the flop. Yep, here it goes. Tarpor a 77% favor against Armas, but Armas does have outs. Needs a 10, a queen, or a king. But he will not get it. And unfortunately, that will eliminate Alejandro Armas, who came into this final table as the shortest stack. He did ladder up a couple of spots there. He will be taking home over $32,000 today. He's also in this for only 1 bullet. Not a bad result, but obviously he was looking to beat his best cash of $95K, which was a big tournament win for him. Not going to get there today, unfortunately.
All right, we got some room, huh?
And now, down to just 6 players. That was quick. Took a long time to lose 1. Now we've lost 3.
Now Serrano and Baba, the shorter stacks, but enjoying seeing 2 quick ladders, including 1 ladder that they did not expect to see. Shaw raising with the red draggers from the cutoff. And Dara. Plenty of hand strength here. Ace queen out of the small blind, just finding a call. Also finds a ace high flop. All wheel cards for Shaw. Does have the gut shot.
Tarpor checking this one. Shaw bets 2 1/4 and gets the quick call from the ace queen. No improvement for the trays. Draggers looking for a set or a 5 to make a straight.
Yeah, it could seem some pot control now. Plenty of small, but obviously bigger pocket pairs that Dara could have here, or maybe even something like this under-repped ace. Just trying to get it to showdown.
And Dara up over 9 million now. Closing in on our chip leader Fang, but Fang in dominating position right now. And 3 really short stacks at this table, comparatively. One of them under the gun right now, the shortest stack. Baba going to be facing the big blind. Next hand, probably not going to do too much here with the Brunson. Gets out of the way.
Kings for Shaw. Slightly better than the 3s he just had.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Matter of opinion and flops and runouts, but
folds all the way around to Fang. He is not going to go crazy with the big lick. It's just a raise and take it. Shaw wanting some action that time. Not a very talkative bunch today, which often happens on these big final tables. And I noticed a couple hands ago, Fang actually showing that he was wearing earplugs, not a headset, just straight earplugs to be completely focused on what's going on here. This one folds around to Serrano with pocket eights, and he will open to 375. Haven't seen a whole lot of this from Serrano. Now he's got some chips to play with, and he's pushing around the short stack. Raise and take it. Action folds to the button. Feng doesn't want to fold. Wants to be opening a lot there, but with deuce tray, he decides to get out of the way. Knowing Baba's got such a short stack, he's going to push with a lot of hands. And this is one of them, pocket fives. Likely to get his stack in the middle here. He does. And Shaw making a quick fold. Baba picking up a couple of big blinds. Fades another orbit. Now on the button.
That PLO roundup coming soon. Another $1 million main event. This time it's 4-card poker, not 2 cards.
So many cards, so much more fun. The more cards you have, the more fun you can have.
The stronger the hands, the worse the bad beats.
This one folding around to the button. Baba looking down at king 6. Slightly over 10 big blinds. If he had more chips, he could probably raise here. He's going to get it all in, and unfortunately for him, Shaw looking down at a really quality hand in the small blind, ace-jack. Knowing Baba's going to shove with a lot of hands, he may decide to just isolate here. That being said, the big blind has a lot of chips. He doesn't want to put his whole stack at risk. He just calls.
Yeah, and honestly, the call is sometimes stronger than the ISO jam. Ingles, a suited king in the big blind.
Yeah.
I think it's just too strong of a call and slightly too large of an amount to find a call and take it post with a dry side pot.
Short button shove, ace jack.
Ten 4-4, no help to Baba. Spades are covered. We do see another spade roll off.
Got 5 of them.
Reducing some outs.
Needs to pair up a card that is not a spade, but it's an ace on the river.
There we hear one of Larry's barks.
Not quite a double, but it is an elimination for Shaw. And he does move up in chips a bit. Unfortunately, that will do it for Nidal Baba from Humble, Texas. He's going to be taking home $40,000 today. He only had one reported cash before this for $3,500, so that's got to feel really good. Come into a field like this, final table, and ladder up a few spots to get $40,000. I'll take that.
Figure out how you're
gonna slice me up again. Actually, want to color them up, to be honest with you. Yeah. I'd take 3 mil in color. All right, now we can get comfortable for real. Let's get it.
5 players remain. Queen 9 versus Queen 8 in the blinds.
Is Brian over there? two things. Color up, and then see if I can use seat 8 hand reader.
Queen 8 takes the lead. Bet of 125 was called on the flop. King of spades not changing anything. Tarpor still in the lead with the only pair. Now two pairs.
3 mils good.
And Ingles picking up a queen here after it goes check, check on the turn. May think he took the lead. Yeah, he does. He leads out for 225,000, trying to get value. There's only 625 in the middle, so very value-sized bet.
Yeah, just one. Yes, sir.
Nice little pot there for Tarpor. Just calling because backdoor spades and a backdoor straight does get there. Now he's up over 10 million. Two players above 10 million at this point, Tarpor and Fang. Serrano, the shortest stack of the 5 remaining, with 2.4 million in the big blind now.
And we've seen Serrano be super patient, fold, maybe even overfold sometimes, but he's made tens of thousands now by doing so, finding additional ladders when he may have been out a while ago.
Yeah, and he's got 20 big blinds, so there's really no emergency situation still. You know, he can afford to wait a couple of orbits for a decent hand before he gets involved with these giant stacks. All these other players are so aggressive. Here he folds a little pair to a 3-bet, and it's the correct fold. Ingles with jacks on the button. Takes this one down without a flop. Haven't talked too much about Ingles, but he's been playing great and got that big double off of Fang right before the last break. He's a farmer. Just shows up for these tournament series type things. He's got 3 wins in good events, including 2 circuit rings, over 2 million in earnings reported. Great tournament poker player.
Yeah, he mentioned it's his 3rd bullet here, and he's making quite a bit off of that. Shaw now under the gun with ace king. 275. Folds to the chip leader.
Under the gun is now the hijack.
You remember
5 players.
from last night.
You're not losing money anymore.
Fang with the suited computer hand defending, and heads up we go to the flop.
Free rolling, as they call it.
I was free rolling at 15.
Don't tell the stream, guys. Don't tell the stream.
Top for Shaw. Great shot of him there.
Oh, me, yeah. I mean, I'm playing for all the recreational guys. You know, we're talking about Shaw. Don't count all the other bullets I fired in the other ones, though. do the other bullets count from the other tournaments? I just happened to get lucky doing it for this one. All the other 100Ks and what you call it. See, I don't want to talk. Yeah. There didn't many bullets to these 2 guys. This guy too. Actually, I had Dar play one. I gave him some to go play. Hey, you play better than here. Go play.
Tarpor opening this one. 8-7 suited, makes it 275. Queen 7 again for Fang. This time he will not defend. Gets out of the way, and Shaw finds ace-jack in the big.
Good run of cards recently for Shaw.
Just calling here. And nothing for anybody on this flop. Backdoor draws for Tarpor. Shaw's ace-jack still in the lead. Check, check, and the perfect card for Tarpor. Now open-ended straight flush draw.
Second time he's had an open-ended straight flush draw in this final table. Last time it got costly for him.
What a card, though. He goes from a huge dog to a coin flip on the turn. He usually goes the other way with the low cards. Very interesting. Shaw now leading out with the ace high.
Ace of diamonds, jack of diamonds could get him the max here. Instead, Shaw makes a pair on the end and does not complete the flush for Dara.
Coin comes up heads. Check from Shaw. See if Tarpor takes a stab at this. It's the only way he can win it with 8 high.
1.1.
Bet of 1.1 and an instant call from Shaw. Picks up a nice pot here. Checking out of position, hoping Tarpor would take a stab, and he did. Now Shaw up over 8 million in chips, right up there with everybody else. Only Feng by himself with more chips. Serrano, the lone short stack now.
Can't handle the city anymore.
Hun tried earlier, it didn't work.
Aces for Ingles. Chip leader opens into you from the button. So you find a raise to 800,000. We've seen Feng find quite a few of 4 bets tonight. This would not be the time to do it. He's in position. Still a great hand. Does just take it post flop. Whiffs completely. Which is good news for him.
Yeah, queen or king high flop might cost him something here. Ingles c-bet, most likely just going to take this down now. Feng does have backdoor spades. We see they're covered, but he might peel one card just because of that king of spades. Pretty sizable c-bet though, 750,000.
Yeah, and we've seen that from Ingles. Bit of a deviation from some of the other players, electing to continue pretty small on the flop. So that sizing might actually save Feng from finding a float with 2 overs. would be different if he was inconsistent with that sizing, and he's been consistent, and this time it's really working out for him. Sometimes that type of sizing seems like some weakness. Fang going with a read. We're trying to make a move here and stepping into it. Does Angles just find a smooth call and let Fang hang himself on the turn and river? Fang is blocking Ingles from having 3-bet pre with a ace-king. Could be trying to set up a story of some spade draw, overpair. But now action is back on Fang. 3-bet flop to 2.9.
Well, he probably found out what he was looking to find out there. I imagine he's going to get away from this one now. Yeah.
Yeah, and some players actually elect to make that move on the flop. Like you just mentioned, it's almost like a feeler, click back, and you're likely going to face that same type of sizing or amount on the turn. So just find out early and save on future streets. Ace-king for Dara. Takes it down, no resistance, and we're on to hand 68 now. Folds to Ingles, ace-x on the button. And Serrano, ace-9 in the big.
Going to defend. Heads up we go to the flop. Serrano with the best of it, out of position. All baby cards.
Serrano could find a lead here. Elects to check instead. 6-high rainbow. Shouldn't connect with Ingles, but that is a card that might. Goes check, check.
Best hand gets better. And now Serrano finding a bet of 275.
Typically, when trying to find an ace-high hero call, you don't want your 7 kicker to play. Ace-queen, ace-jack, much easier to find a call with. But looks like Ingles might look him up.
May have gotten some kind of live read from the look back on the turn there. Serrano looking back at his cards when that King of Hearts came off.
I also wouldn't be surprised, yeah. Closer to one of those spots where it's raise or fold rather than try and find the hero call. Especially given how tight Serrano's been, I'd rather find a raise there than a call.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, especially as you said with the kicker playing. You're not calling with ace high, you're calling with ace 7 high, which is much more dangerous. You raise to try to get ace queen to fold.
Red aces doesn't want anyone to fold now. Wants some action. Gets action from queen 10 out of the small blind. Fang, very foldable 10-4 offsuit. Looks like he has some food also getting his attention. 8-7 tray rainbows the flop.
Tarpor's going to have a hard time getting any value out of Serrano.
I'm so glad I didn't hit any of that. Oh, that would have been dirty. Just
I like seeing that.
wakes up with ace. Yeah.
Now that we're down to 5-handed, players are loosening up a little
I
bit.
didn't get something for it, so I wanted to call you there, you know?
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome, Doc.
Yeah, doing a little talking now. And Tarpor opening another one. This time he only has one of the red aces. 275, ace 10. Shaw defending the big blind with little one gapper, 97. And not the worst flop. This should be in the range of the big blind. Could go with a check raise on a flop like this. Tarpor recognizing that, checks back with the ace 10. And best Shaw turning a straight with the redraw to a bigger straight. He'll lead out this time, and a quick fold from Tarpor.
Is that how much love she loved? That's love? That's love?
Action folding all the way around to the blinds. This might be the first walk in 71 hands. I don't remember another one, but
and what a walk it was.
It was definitely a good one.
Coming up on a dealer change here pretty soon. Do appreciate everybody tuning in, supporting your favorite players, watching us play down to a winner. 184,000 up top. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button while you're here. We appreciate your support as well.
Yeah, if you like what you're seeing, we do stream every week here at Champions Poker Live. Cash games and tournament. Tomorrow is a cash game. If you like the 4-card game, we got PLO with the Stallions, 7 p.m. Central tomorrow. And these Tuesday streams have been super fun lately. Wild action featuring bracelet winner and host Rockets Will Leffingwell. WSOP bracelet in mixed Omaha. Always puts on a good show. Ingles putting on a good show here. Almost took the chip lead from Feng a couple hands ago, and he's trying for it now. 3-betting to 925 with King Jack after Shaw opened on the button. Shaw with Queen 10, giving it some thought here. And I do believe if he folds, Ingles will have the chip lead. And Shaw does lay it down.
All right, everybody, we are going to 75, 150, 150.
Texas PLO Roundup coming up November 16th through 25th. Come on down to Champions Club in Houston, Texas. We're the only poker club in all of Texas that has a hotel on site. That's at 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas. Check our website, championsclubtexas.com, for all the information on that. We're going to have an $85 room rate for players during that PLO Roundup, and the first ever 1 million guaranteed PLO main event in Texas history. Plenty of ways to get into that, including milestone satellites already going. We've got one tomorrow night at 7 p.m. $350 buy-in, win your seat into that $3,300 main event for the Poker Go Tour PLO Roundup. 1 million guaranteed. Back to the action. McKenzie going out. Rich coming back in. Two of the best poker dealers in the world. Traveling dealers here for our series. This one is a raise and take it from the chip leader. Ingles on the button with 6-5. Takes this one down with no flop. Now up over 11 million in chips. Took the chip lead from Feng just one hand ago. Shaw under the gun. Ace-queen suited. Huge hand, 5-handed. Opens this to 300,000. Action back around to Serrano in the small blind. He is our shortest stack. He looks down at kings. Started the hand at 1.875, gets it all in, and a quick call from Shaw. Serrano now in good shape to double up here.
You need to pull in an ace for me.
No, Wiz, you don't.
Ace queen to kings for the short stack. The short stack.
Kings still in the lead.
He just
8 high board.
2 only, I guess, huh? I should have known better.
Number 1 and number 2.
Dead.
King on the turn. Sets. Serrano up for a double. He's going to be at 4 million now.
There it is. No, you can never hey.
He's not
Pay that man his money.
Yeah.
Going to take a little chunk out of Shaw's stack. He'll be at just over 6 million. Serrano now Up to 4 million, still the shortest stack. And now he's got some chips to work with.
No, I have 6.
I'm just learning watching you guys.
They're not
None of
tabling
us get 1
kings.
and 2. Tom gets number 2.
Shoot. I see what you have to do to get on stack. You gotta lose a whole bunch first.
And then you gotta get
And
number
then-
2
and
and
then-
flush over flush.
And then get
Yes.
We lost the minimum with the flush.
100%. Yeah. That was just a weird hand. 'Cause I'm really supposed to lead the river. I was like thinking about it. You're gonna raise and I can't fold.
Larry, he had 12 bigs, 5-handed.
That's why I didn't bet. You know what I mean?
But you almost know you don't like it.
Of course.
Ingles opening this one with king 9 under the gun. Tarpor calling with king 8 suited. 300,000 to bet. Feng with queen jack suited in the small blind. Also calling. And Shaw with the ace wheel. 4 ways to the flop, 4 out of 5. Ace wheel in the lead, but out of position. Clubs are cheap. All wheel cards on the flop, 2 of them hearts. Shaw with the best flop, Tarpor with the best draw. And Shaw is out of position here after Feng checks. He's going to bet 450. Ingles gets out of the way. Tarpor makes the call. Feng out of there. Heads up now. And an 8 of diamonds gives Tarpor the lead with the king 8.
Yeah, monster hand now. Top pair with the second nut flush draw. We've seen a lot of hands start to slow down on turns and rivers. We do see that happen here, at least for half the players involved in the hand. Dara likely going to want to build this pot still.
That's about a third of the pot, 750. My mistake, 950. Miscounted those little stacks there. The 6-7 got there on the turn. Shaw would be drawing dead if Tarpor has that.
If we really wanted action, that 8 of clubs could have been nice on the turn.
Right.
Shaw doesn't pick up.
9-9 here or set? Which one?
Yeah, that backdoor equity, so
7-8.
Tarpor showing the 8 of hearts.
What is it? 8 of hearts. Flush draw?
Also the best hand.
8, 7, 8, 6, 8, 8, 8.
Bad turn.
It's a good turn.
8 of hearts, yeah. That's all that makes sense. That's a pretty big flop one.
Ace-9 for Feng now.
On the button.
Just a raise and take.
Yeah, he only plays number 1 and number 2.
I just saw it. Okay. Good strategy.
Hey,
No matter how many big blinds he has. Don't matter. 1 and 2.
what is it? I read it in from your book. You said tight is right. I read it. I read it. 1 minute. You said.
Drinking loose as goose. Lucy goose.
Some needles and banter from the rail with so much money involved on this main event, and especially this lineup of players. It's fun having a nice rail come out.
That's what she said.
Aces.
Fang with aces in the cutoff, raising it up. Needles and Banter, also a great band name. Oh my. Aces versus queens, 5-handed. We're going to see a pot here. This is terrible news for Shaw. Or great news, there are 2 other queens. Raised from Shaw with the queens on the button. 8 1/4. Folds back around to Fang. Looking back, yes, I still have the 2 1s. Four bet. 1.4 million. Shaw started this hand with 5.2. All in, instant call. What a cooler spot.
5-handed. Oh, Honda
Shaw.
Sun run the whole tournament against me. Let me get lucky one time.
If Shaw spikes a queen here,
Queen's
listen carefully to the explosion at the rail. He's probably got the most sweaters on this rail. But Fang in great shape to eliminate. Oh my gosh. Set of aces.
Ace game.
Shaw drawing almost dead.
And with that, he is dead on the turn and needed some, like, lot of help there.
Wow.
I only played number 1.
No, you do not.
Fang eliminating Shaw in 5th place.
I have number 1. Only.
What a cooler for David Shaw. Makes it all the way. Plays great. Finds queens 5-handed, and he's dominated. But he will be taking home $49,000 today. Nice run for him. Unfortunately, we won't be hearing any more barking from Wizzle. But this won't be the last we see David Shaw. This isn't his first Champions Final table. It definitely will not be his last. Nice run. And the rich get richer. Fang now with 16 million of the 40 million in play.
Okay.
I'm not.
I know.
You don't have one.
You guys ever play Mahjong? It's like this. The Mahjong stack. Wow, well played.
Oh, look at that. I would have jammed.
No, you wouldn't. No. You would call and hit a pair and then fold.
Okay. Thank you, bud. Bye.
Down to 4 players now.
Don't take it personally, Jared.
And so much play still left in this tournament. I feel like the real story here is Serrano coming into this final table with the second lowest chip stack, only playing about 5 hands the whole time and laddering up
We do.
from 18,000 to over 60,000.
Yep. He is printing by folding. And he mentioned it himself not too long ago. He's representing the recreational player in this lineup.
5. 7 raises. 1.5. I had like 22nd. Good hand though.
3-bet and take it for Feng there. Wielding that aggression, and he's been doing it the whole final table before he was the chip leader, and he continues to do it now with all those chips.
Han mentioned to me earlier that he's in for 10 bullets. He needed to make 21st place in order to break even.
Something tells me it's not the first time Han's told a story like that.
Yeah.
He is definitely a tournament pro. Not afraid to fire some bullets, very confident in his abilities to final table and get to those big scores.
Nine 7 bricks out. Ace high is good in the end.
Four bets. 1.125. 1,125,000.
Large river bet from Ingles. Gonna put ace high to the test.
Go.
Great call by Tara here.
Test passed. Wow, nice pot. And Tarper back up over 10 million again. You want to be part of this action? We're going to be streaming a number of final tables and some cash games during the Texas PLO Roundup. You could end up here on stream taking home a 5 or 6 figure score like these boys. Texas Poker Open coming up. Or sorry, Texas PLO Roundup coming up here November 16th through the 25th. Mark your calendars. Go to championsclubtexas.com for all the information on that. $85 hotel room rates for poker players during the series.
6 raises. 400. 7 full.
If you can stay on site in Houston for $85, that's like making money. I mean, you can't get an Uber back and forth from a different hotel for $85. I mean, the rooms here are great. This whole place was just remodeled last year.
What do I need to do? No, you're good. No. We're just playing it.
Folds. Oh, go ahead.
Blind on blind here. Yeah, folds around to them. And it's a suited ace wheel for Dara. 6-4 defends and connects. Backdoor diamonds for Dara.
And Serrano is going to get a lot of credit anytime he bets now. Bottom pair bets, an instant fold from Tara. Tarpour. King Queen for Ingles. Opens to 300K. Serrano with a small pair and the small blind will defend. Fang getting a good price to call with a suited two-gapper. Gets in there as well. 3 of the 4 going to this flop. $1 million in the pot.
6-3 is bottom 2 pair here.
What a flop for Fang. Checks it over to the pre-flop razor. Ingles with the total miss here will check as well. Don't want to bet into that flop with the 2 blinds. This time Serrano leading out with his little pair. He's going to run into it this here though. Fang will not be folding 2 pair. Even if you do give Serrano a lot of credit. Raises to $1 million. That'll get rid of Ingles. And Serrano as well. Good look at Han's massive stack there. Over a third of the chips in play in his stack. Closing in on half the chips at this table. Folds to the blinds. Fang with Jack-9 in the small blind, giving it some thought. Opens to 450. Ingles with king 8 suited. Really a good hand here, blind versus blind. He's just going to call, take it in position. And all baby cards. Board is paired.
$750.
750.
Feng continuing to apply pressure. That's 750.
Making it expensive to float. He can afford to lose chips and still have a commanding lead over everybody. Other players can't afford the same. Does get the fold. Does continue to chip up. Huge opportunity for the big stack to win the pots that he shouldn't and maximize value when he does have the best of it.
And at this rate, this tournament very likely to go the distance because Han Feng is not a guy who likes to make deals. Even ICM chops, typically, he likes to play them out.
8s for Serrano under the gun. Under the gun also cut off, and we'll take it. Fang's reputation mentioned quite a few times in the chat by viewers. Derek saying, scary to play against. Played against him multiple cash games here in Houston. He's a good player. Plenty of people would agree with that. Jacks for Ingles. 3 1/4 on the button, and ace king out of the small blind.
Going big. I believe that's 975.
Very foldable 7 tray for the big blind.
Jack's a little easier to save money on than queens, but still four-handed. That's a very big hand. Puts in a whole stack there. That's 2.325 million.
2.325. 2,325,000.
What a spot. All in. The two biggest stacks behind Fang going at it. Will Serrano ladder up again?
And it's Ingles at risk with the made hand if he finds the call. Puts in the call.
Wow.
Huge pot, 16.1 million.
Can't be here.
I'm just like,
Can't be here.
This is like 150 big blind pot right here.
I mean,
Very close to it.
Wild to see with Serrano. Less than 4 million in chips. It's a safe flop so far for the jacks. No diamonds. Hearts instead, reducing out for Dara.
Ingles in great shape to double now, and he does it. 7-4 gets there, of course.
Massive,
jacks.
massive pot.
Now almost as many chips as Feng here. He's going to be up over 16 million. Tarpour taking a huge hit, will now be the shortest stack at the table. What a turn of events.
And just like we saw with the aces versus queens, Feng versus Shaw, 5-handed, 4-handed, Jackson, ace, king. It's hard not to get the chips in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, 4-handed, any top 10 hand, it's like, what are you going to do?
Lost a flip for 8 million. Ace king versus jack. 8 million each. Not folding ace king forehand.
You're not folding that either. Or any other pair, probably.
With that, Dara is now the shortest stack. 2 players under 4 million in chips. And 2 players north of 16 million. Definitely some separation here.
Dara came into this final table with the most chips. Got down a little bit. Got back up to the chip leader again. Let's see if he can do it again. There's still plenty of play here.
Feng getting a walk. Interesting too, with that massive double up and the position, Feng really can't put as much pressure, open as wide as he can. He has Ingles right behind, but Ingles actually in pretty good spot with the 2 shorter stacks behind.
Folds around to the blinds. Feng with 8-9 in the small blind. Just limping in.
Yeah, expect to see a lot of small pots now between Feng and Angles. Angles is going to be able to really abuse his button, as the blinds are going to be the short stacks. In that configuration, Feng now going to see a lot of walks when he's big blind, and the short stacks are the button and the small blind. Things that obviously these players are going to be quickly aware of, as they're so experienced. The dynamic nature of tournaments.
Yeah, Ingles definitely with a huge positional advantage. And Serrano in a pretty good spot too. With Tarpor having that shorter stack. And he's getting a lot of credit whenever he does play a hand. Let's see how this plays out. Opens to 400K. Fang with ace-jack suited on the button. He's just going to call. That's such a strong flat call on the button there from a very powerful player. Ingles with King Queen has a pretty nice looking hand as well, you know, four-handed. That's a strong hand, but oh, look at this. The short stack with jacks, jamming all in, lots of dead money in the pot already with a open and a call. The other two jacks are accounted for. Fang makes the call with ace-jack suited. He is going to be behind here because we know all the jacks are in the muck, but Tarpor already has a made hand. Fang looking to pick up hearts or an ace to eliminate another player. Tarpor in pretty good shape to double up here through the chip leader. Picks up 2 diamonds on the flop, so backdoor diamond's good for him as well. And another diamond, so fewer outs for Fang. He has to hit an ace that's not a diamond. And Tarpor doubling up here, putting Serrano back at the bottom. But more importantly, chipping away at the chip leader a little bit. Ingles now on top with the 16 million.
Jack, out of jack.
I had a monster too. We all had monsters. Four-handed monster.
Yeah.
I was in slightly better shape than he was.
Oh my gosh, my queen jack was the suckiest.
Wow, that's wild. You had queen jack.
Queen jack off.
Speaking of queen jack off, Fang under the gun with that. Opens to 300, raise and take it.
Five raise, 350, 6 fold.
Little over 5.
All in.
7 raise, double, 5 fold.
Another raise and take it for Fang. Got the snowman.
Five raises, 350. 6 fold, 7 fold. 4 fold.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Suited king for Serrano. He's in there. Takes it.
Adjusting well to the four-handed play, opening a lot wider, picking up some blinds.
With the blinds as high as they are, it would be easy to blind down if you continue to just fold out, especially when four-handed and they come around so quick.
Make more final tables, and then your phone's all away.
Seven raises, 3 under.
Fang opening this one with Queen 9 under the gun. Engel's giving it some thought here on the button with an ace, ace 7 offsuit. Decides to get out of the way, folds to Serrano. He's got this one dominated here. Queen 10 defending the big blind, out of position though against a very aggressive Fang. Flops open-ended, Fang with a gut shot.
That's 200 now.
A C-bet of 200,000 and a quick call from Serrano. Has 2 red cards, so backdoor diamonds working for him, but the tray of hearts eliminates that possibility. He'll check it over again. And Fang checking back this time. Queen for both players. Front door diamonds get there, and the kicker will play. Serrano, Queen 10 is good.
Fang so sick with the check back. A lot of players looking to go for some value there, but saving every chip he can along the way. And a lot of those small pots, small saves add up over time.
Four raises, 3 under.
Engel's opening this one with a suited king under the gun, makes it 300. Tarpour with Queen Jack suited on the button, makes it 900,000. Serrano with another Queen 10. This time he'll get out of the way. And Fang folds as well. It's going to fold all the way around. Tarpour picking up 675,000 without a flop. We appreciate you tuning in to the Champions Poker Live coverage of the poker tournament here. 1 million guarantee. First place is going to be $184,200. If you like what you're seeing, please hit that thumbs up, hit the subscribe button.
6 raises, 4 under. 7.
We typically stream 4 times a week here at Champions Poker Live. Both cash games and tournament. We have Cash games coming up the rest of this week, 7 p.m. Central, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Tomorrow is Pot Limit Omaha. It'll be No Limit Hold'em Wednesday and Thursday. Be sure to check back in with us. Get some high-stakes cash game action. Heads up going to this flop here. 4-4 versus 4-3. Ingles still in a lead. Board pair flop. Checking it. And the fours get the check mark, but all Broadway cards. A lot of Broadway cards on board. And Serrano's going to take a stab here on the river. And once again, getting credit. He's turned over the nuts so many times.
On a runner straight.
That's what I was thinking.
Plays 3-4. They give him credit for ace-queen.
Glad I didn't show it before the flop.
You laugh when you go see it.
So you satellite in, right?
Yeah.
One bullet?
One.
Oh my god. You're like 3,000 ROI.
I got lucky. So lucky, dude.
That's awesome.
3,000%.
That's why we play right there.
Folds to the blinds. Ingles with another small pocket pair. Limping in with the ducks. Tarpur checking back with ace high. Both players disguising the strength of their hand a little bit here. And another 2 kings on board for the small pair. Ingles still in the lead. It goes check, check. Checks all the way through the deuces with the check mark. We'll pick up this small pot. Ingles and Fang just about tied. Tarpur about 1 million more chips than Serrano. But even Serrano, with the shortest stack, has more than 20 big blinds. Fang with the red rockets under the gun. Opening for the minimum. Serrano with suited cards.
Good fold.
Will find a good fold.
Only.
See, you're learning from me. I'm glad, hon.
Like to see Ingles be a little bit more aggressive with the stack that he's got. It makes some sense with Fang being in the big blind, but Jack 8, I would say, is a good enough hand to open with four-handed, especially when you've got such an enormous stack. He's working with almost 100 big blinds there. Big Lick opens this one, though. Fang defending with Jack 6. Has him dominated. Both players missing this flop. It goes check, check, and now backdoor diamonds starting to come through for Tarpur. Takes a swing at it this time, 450, and just takes it down. Pocket sevens for Tarpur. Opening. Makes it 350. Jack 10 for Serrano. He's going to call from the button. 7-4 in the muck, but 8-4 making the call from the big blind from Ingles. So 3 players going to the flop. Tarpur in the lead with the only pair currently. But an action flop here. Open ender for Serrano. Tarpur c-betting for 450. And Serrano making the call is going to give Tarpur a lot of pause here with the 2 overcards to his pair on the board until he spikes it. Set of sevens on the turn. It's not the nuts, but it's pretty nutty. And a safe run out. Gonna have to bet his own hand. Unfortunately for him, Serrano now has nothing. Might have got a call on the turn. He's not gonna get a call on the river.
Bet 121.
You almost let me get there, Dar. Almost.
Jack 10. You get there, you win.
Yeah.
And I'm not full. Okay.
Yeah. Believe me, I was believing that too, but no. Whiff.
I had to set it a big hand.
Ooh.
Action starting on the 9-8 of Serrano. No action. Fang out of the way as well. Blind on blind now. And it's ace-8 for Ingles.
Dangerous if also paired up.
Limps in. And the suited Brunson in the big blind. 7-4 gets there.
Big time.
Check.
10 gets there on the end.
I think it was good before the river. No? Oh, my bad.
Interesting to hear. Angles. Devious intentions on the river. Planned on putting the dry guide to use. Nines for Ingles now.
325. 5-4.
Ace wheel defends from the big blind. Nines, pretty happy with the flop. Only one overcard and connects to the 7-8. Continues and takes.
Four raises. 325. 5-4.
Another walk for Fang. Oh, my mistake. Ingles opening this one with 6-5 suited. I like that. Fang will make the call with ace-9, and heads up will go. The two big stacks. Both players catching a piece here. Top pair versus bottom pair. Goes check, check.
Checks through on the turn as well.
What's it?
Hard to make a pair in Hold'em, but with 3 Broadway cards on board, it's tough to call with bottom pair. That being said, Fang was in the big blind. Could be defending with just about anything. Might get a little more value here out of Ingles. Finds the fold, and a good fold it is.
Fang with red 9s now. Blind on blind versus Ingles. The suited 3-4 of clubs. 2 clubs and a gut shot for Ingles. He bets the equity. Almost a flip right now with the 9s. A slight favorite. Board pairs itself on the bottom end, and players check, check. Angles, rivering a pair.
Bottom pair again.
Missed and got there, but not good enough. Good enough to check back, though.
Tarpor quietly climbing back up to a pretty decent sized stack here.
When we come back, when we're all back, we'll just whatever time. Yeah.
I'll be back in half an hour, guys.
We'll be back in 7 minutes, so.
Here, let's go.
Let's go to the cage. We'll be back.
I mean, you know, if you don't want to chop it.
Last hand of this level. Player's going to take a shorter break this time. Just
negotiate a chop with you guys.
Quick bathroom break. We will be right back after
It was over under in that one.
these messages.
I can't beat him, man.
Got some good promos going on in the cash room. $100 high hands every half hour in the morning from 9 a.m. to noon here at Champions in Houston, Texas. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South. Check out our social media. You see the links there, championsclubtexas.com for other information. We also do a big free roll for our cash players every month. You earn points just for playing. Play 40 hours in a month, you automatically qualify for the $25K free roll here at Champions. And when we say free roll, we mean it's free for players to get in it, and it's a $25K prize pool. Also, during the NFL season, hot seat drawings whenever there's a football game going, every Monday night, Thursday night game, and then we pick 2 games on Sunday, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. Anytime either team scores, we do a hot seat drawing for money. Field goals worth 25, touchdowns 100, and if there's a safety, that's $200.
Finally, Ambrose pulled it on.
Good for the 40?
Yeah.
Oh, Sam doesn't put on the 320 and wakes up to aces.
Oh, wow. Like, what a spot to wake up. Yeah, it seems like he's a little bit angry that he didn't put it out.
And now he raises basically a min raise to 325.
Well, you guys have a fucking last hour roll that I forgot about.
Nines, what a cooler.
Oh, but Noor busted the aces last time with kings. Will he
Just
do
makes
it
a
again?
Oh.
What is it?
3 1/4.
Big hand developing here.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh, at least, like,
Juicy.
Vegas Fiat is blocking a 9.
Out there.
5 ways to the flop. Sam with aces.
Give us a middling board dealer.
Deuce 4 7.
There you go.
Some weird
6,
shit.
7, 8.
Definitely regretting not straddling and probably regretting that small raise now with
Oh.
5 players seeing this
There it
flop.
is.
Oh, what a wet board. And what a flop for Ambrose.
Yeah,
Pair,
sick flop
gut
for
shot,
him.
club draw.
Open ender for Vegas.
Look what you did, Colin.
And nothing for RJ and Sam and Noah with the overpairs. Whoa, 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 we have a game.
Bros leading out for 1,000. Quick call from Viet. Sam might just muck these aces.
No way, no way.
All in.
He ripped it?
I think that's what he said. I saw 2 chips go in.
Let's go.
Maybe he just called. I don't think so. No, he was all in. Yeah, there we go. And now Bros all in.
What happened to the 9s?
9s folded. Bros all in.
Flop you wanted it.
Oh, that's
A little bit of it.
Yeah, right?
aces against 8-7 sounds like pretty. Like I think 8-7 should be ahead, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Once Viet gets out of the way, I think a lot of that equity is going to go right to the Bros. Oh, Bros is 50% 3 ways.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not he has a feeling right
And
now.
in case he makes the 8, he has like the 8 straight. Potentially has like the even longer straight with the 9.
Oh my
Let's
God.
go gamble.
Now we're talking.
Gamble with the nut
Texas
blood.
poker.
Oh my god.
Yeah, combo draw.
Yeah, combo
Oh my
draw.
god, good luck.
Yeah, really bad.
Should we
Like
fold?
ace is
Yeah,
just
close.
31%.
You can't make a good fold once in your
Oh yeah,
fucking
he always has a big tail.
I can't beat
Yeah.
that.
Nice hand, Viet. It's going to be an 8 on the turn for sure.
I go
Good
with
right
the
now.
aces.
Y'all both have flush draw?
Didn't came here to fold. Boom, that's the
It's
8.
always an 8 on the
That's
turn.
always. I'm the new guy here.
Yeah.
Aces drawing that. Nice hand, Vegas. Oh, God. Easy money.
No, I did not look ahead to see this. I just knew it was going to happen.
Oh.
You need a 5, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the
Yeah.
5.
Slow roll. Only turned up a 9.
Yeah, I was in good
Let's
shape.
go, baby.
Okay, how can you not be happy for this guy?
Slow roll.
Scoops the 25k pot. Goes for the big gamble and gets there. Like,
Please slow roll.
100 straddle is on this time. Action folding around to the cutoff. Tamayo looking down at a suited king. King 9 of spades. Makes it 300 to go. Folds to the big blind of Vegas Viet. He's got 5-4 suited, and he will call. Mr. J defending the straddle with a suited queen, and we have 3 players going to the flop. Best hand gets better. Mr. J catching a piece as well, and Vegas Viet bottom pair, so everybody with a little something here. Checks to Tamayo. He bets 500. Viet makes the call, and Mr. J reaching for chips as well. Viet's got backdoor diamonds working for him. Mr. J needs a 4 or a queen, but it will be an ace on the turn. Nobody likes that card, but Tamayo's still in the lead. Checks around, and the tray of spades helps no one. Check mark delivered to Tamayo.
See if Viet wants to turn his 5 into a bluff. He must know it's never good. But sometimes you just wave the white flag. Does decide a bluff.
Going relatively large here. Looked like about 1900.
See if Tamayo sniffs this out. A little bit tough to find the bluffs.
Good one. Stack. As you can see, game's playing big already with its current lineup.
No.
Is that a blind raise?
Give him an offset. Good.
Appreciate that, Ty. Looking at, bro.
We're not that nice, Ty. He put out 100 for you guys. You can't.
Yeah, well, the offset.
First hand.
Yeah. Players getting it in hand 31.
No, it was like 24, 25.
Looks like Matt jamming here with the 4s. Gonna get a call from Ham and Colin.
You want to rip it or twice? It's up to you. Colin's gonna do what you want.
Once again on this action as graphics get caught up.
I think you're ahead right now.
I hope so.
All right, we're gonna rip it here. Oh, look at this. Backdoor, straight backdoor diamonds for Colin. Gut shot to the wheel for Ham.
Straight, baby.
Oh, and gets there with the wheel, but Matt turning a set does have boat outs. Oh, how about quad outs?
Come on, dude. Come the fuck on.
Scoops the main pot. Ham picking up a little of that side pot. Matt back in the game after going runner.
Silver just running into it constantly.
Yeah, real tough coming back from the rebuy to you owe the nit tax, and then you wake up with queens and you think, oh, great.
Yeah, you're like,
somebody else has
turn around
kings.
now.
Oh, speaking of which, ATM with kings again, and silver with a pocket pair. Ouch.
What a setup.
Raise from J Phil with the suited 5-6. 3-bet from ATM to 160 with the kings on the button. And silver does make the call. Mark now calling.
So we are coming back from that short break and having another look at the chip denominations there. 5Ks have been removed, and we are now putting some of the plaques in play. A large stack of plaques for both Ingalls and Fang. Trophy also in play.
Don't count them, just throw them in.
No, Viet was at the table whenever we had
All right, guys, let's go to work. 1, 2, and 2.
the 2 big blinds left. He saw it come back from nothing. Where am I at? 2.
Jared, you have 8 of these, 8 mil, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're the same in the plaque? And you only 2 stacks away?
Yeah, 2 stacks of white, 2 stacks of green.
Okay, and the over, okay.
I'm taking a day off tomorrow.
Fang taking account of everybody else's stacks and opening up. Suited Jack 8. 7 deuce will not defend.
No, not that one. They'd be like, damn, deuce 7?
That one would be like,
how are you supposed to defend deuce 7? No, it's deuce 7.
Yes.
That's not as enjoyable, though.
Yeah, they're a little bit.
Shuffling.
Blind versus blind. Action folds to Fang. He will just call with king queen. As predicted earlier, keeping the pot small when it's the 2 big stacks. King queen high still in good shape here. Ingalls with 10 high. Goes check check again. Fang makes a pair now. Likely to bet something. Nope. He's going to keep it small. Checking. And Ingalls still with 10 high. Fang will try to get some chips in the pot now. Betting almost a pot-sized bet. 400,000. Really a big fan of the trophies they had for this series. I hope they keep going in this direction. Trophies getting better every time we have a series. I really like these reddish, almost like volcanic coloring on this one. The camera is not doing it justice. Pretty cool in person. Cloudy red. Transparent upper section and then sort of the ash gray bottom section. It's pretty cool. Serrano getting all the chips in the middle with ace wheel suited from under the gun. It folds around to the small blind. Ingalls looking at an ace as well, asking for a count here. But it will fold around. Serrano safe.
Well.
I can beat ace 1.
$13 big blinds for him. He's going to have to put 2 of them in the middle this time.
Yeah, good one.
Raise and take it for Feng here. King Queen under the gun.
Best hand I've seen today.
Suited ace-5 for Ingles now.
Opens to 400, and Feng looking down at a suited king. Will peel a flop here. Heads up we go. The two big stacks. And an ace-high flop. Good for Ingles. No diamonds on board.
Good for Feng.
Yeah. Bet and take it.
Dara, the ace queen, 450 to go. Nobody can give him action. Gonna see that quite a lot. Just raise and take. Hard to find a lot of hand to go with when four-handed. Typically also just going to be an open and blind defense. This time, blind on blind developing. Wow, king queen versus ace queen.
Yeah, what? And Ingles disguising the strength of his hand, just limping against the shorter stack. But Tarpur quickly jamming 30 big blinds in? What? Make that 35.
And it almost doesn't look like it would be this situation. What wants to jam for value? It's more of, hey, let me just take this spot right here. You're not really trying to get called, especially with the presence of Serrano on the table.
Yeah, I would think something like 7, 6s, 5s, something like that, where you just don't want to see a flop.
Some really weak ace-X. So if it is a weak ace-X, then Ingles is live to both king and queen, but does make a disciplined fold there.
Little metagame there from Tarpur, because like you said, like you really wouldn't normally jam that many big blinds with a holding that strong. Such a strange play, but that's, I mean, the theory of poker, right? You do things that are unexpected.
Find the correct deviations when needed. That would have been dream spot for Dara to find a full double. Dara was the one that doubled Ingles last. Got jacks versus ace king. Serrano, the best flush, losing to any other flush.
Yeah.
Nut.
He knows it. Checks all the way down. The deuce of hearts. Good for the pot.
King 9, good enough to open, especially off a stack like Ingles has.
Feng shuffling like 10 plaques there is very impressive to me. More than 10, I would say.
Yeah, not sure how that works out.
Blind versus blind again. Feng with 9-10, just calling. Ingles will check his option with the 8-4. Open ender for Feng. Check, check. Got there.
And Angles, nothing to pay this off with. Does find the fold. And yeah, that's got to be 16 plaques.
Yeah, 9-10.
When they came back from break, Feng asking Ingles if he also has 8 million in plaques. Each of those worth 500,000, adding up to the 8 million. Plaques haven't found their way into any of the pots yet, so.
Jack 10 on the button for Feng this time. He's going to open to 400,000. Tarpour with ace 9 in the big blind will defend. Got the best of it, out of position here. Oh, and an action flop. Open ender for Tarpour, top pair for Feng with a gut shot. Deuce of spades on the turn doesn't change anything.
Starts to bring a backdoor flush draw. Dara has that dry ace of spades if it would roll off.
Bet of 600,000 is called, and now there's 2.3 million in the middle. Triple tens now for Feng. Best hand gets better. Goes just under pot sized. I believe that's 2 million. It might be 2.1. It looked like there was an odd chip on top there. Oh, 2 million.
We saw Dara find a correct ace high call a couple orbits ago against Ingles. Feng, every incentive to just bully these other players, use his stack and steal pots. This could be one of those situations.
Yeah, it's such a big bet on the river here. It doesn't feel like a value bet, right? Feels like Feng doesn't want to call. Oh, he gets the call. And now Tarpour down to 3.7 million. And Feng with half the chips in play. Above 20 million now.
Can't really fault Dara for trying to find that call there.
No, you can't just let him push you around, or you're going to end up blinding out or just slowly losing your stack. And It's hard to make a pair heads up. He's
Yeah.
blocking the straight with the 9 in his hand. Just, yeah, it's... Can't blame him. But well played by Fang, getting the absolute maximum out of that.
Then gets rewarded with 8s.
Running hot. Running good, playing good, and having all the chips is a very dangerous combination.
I was calling you. Snap's calling.
Smith call.
Shows the 8s.
No need.
It's almost
no
a
need.
weird element.
I'll take a photo.
Running that good, having that stack, and also showing some of those hands. Earlier, he showed aces too. They've seen him
Any two. No, no, not yet. Not that
have
time.
aces multiple times. It's almost tilting to the other players to see that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's with a purpose as well. He's not showing any of his bluffs. Ingles with the suited king opening. Fang will defend the big blind. Both players miss. Backdoor draws for each of them. King high still the best. Oh, Tarpor folding ace wheel under the gun. Folds around to the big blinds here, or the blinds. Fang calling with Jack 9. Ingles checking with Queen 9. Fang leading on the flop here with Jack high. Gets a quick call from Ingles. The Queen high is still good. Check, check. And the Jack takes the lead. Talk about running hot.
Sometimes I play too good. Sometimes I play too good.
Damn, lucky river. I mean, you're not winning anymore. There's no way.
Another $1 million main event coming up next month. Taking no breaks here at Champions. Poker Go Tour is coming back. It's the Texas PLO Roundup. Just like you had your opportunities to win your way into this $1 million main, satellites starting tomorrow for the PLO Roundup. Serrano, one of the players who actually satellited his way into this event, getting a great return on that entry. Plaques to jam, blind on blind. Ingles takes it down, ace-X. And again, just such a dream configuration for Ingles here. The two short stacks stuck in the blinds when he has the button. Last two hands, he's had it. Ace X and King X.
I was already not a big fan of the plaques before, but the sound they make when they shuffle is making me like them even less, Brian, if you're listening. Tournament director Brian Freitas loves the plaques. Not a fan. I think you could have 500K chips.
Yeah, very polarizing thing in poker.
We're not in Europe. Ingles with the ace-10 opening this one. Feng defending with suited 6-4, and pretty good flop for him. Flops the flush draw and a gut shot. But it's ace-high flop as well. Ingles top pair. Best hand getting a little better. He's also got a spade in his hand, c-betting for 300,000. Han might go with a check raise here with two lower cards on the board, but with the ace-high flop, Ingles is going to hit this a lot as the opener. But in a four-handed configuration, you can open with a lot of king highs, a lot of queen highs. So, not surprised to see the check raise there. 1 million, the new number. And plaques in the middle. Feng picks up a pair. Ace-10 still in the lead. Goes 1.5 million, just under half pot. Six, seven got there. Feng with a 6 in his hand can represent having the straight already. And I think maybe that's what Ingles is thinking about here. If you're looking for monsters under the bed, there is one possible. If Feng's check raising was something like ace-5 or ace-8, or even 8-5, Ingles certainly doesn't want to give him more chips either. Feng's already dangerous enough.
Yeah, this pot already was worth more than Dara and Serrano's stacks. Ingles wants to maintain a sizable lead over them so he can continue to put pressure. And Feng doesn't have to improve on the river. Takes it down there on the turn with the continuation.
Yeah, and Feng started that hand with 6 million more chips than Ingles. So he can start putting more pressure on him, even though they're the two bigger stacks. He now has enough chips that he can afford to lose one or two big pots, even to the other big stack. So he's going to start wielding that big stack against everybody now.
Yeah, so he's pulling away, and he actually loves having both Serrano and Dara on the table.
Oh, look at this. Ace-King versus Ace-King.
Chop it up.
Feng with the free roll.
Free roll.
Ace king versus ace king.
Or some might say Serrano has 2 flush draws.
This is the bottom of his range. I can't actually go
I'm in diamond draw.
13.
I'm in diamond draw. Oh.
Chop it up.
Next time I have an ace queen there though. Yeah, ace queen there. Oh, dead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I call it too.
Of course.
Everyone loves a chop pot there. Really, only Fang and Serrano love that chop pot.
I think only Serrano.
Well, Serrano ideally would have loved to have doubled, but loves to just get his
more
his
than
chips back.
Seeing the ace king suited versus his ace king, he's probably more than happy to get those chips back.
Yeah.
And then the 8.
Ace 10 for Fang.
And a quick raise and take it. The rich getting richer. Fang pulling away now has 10 million more chips than his closest opponent. Another raise and take it. Feng just getting the cards as well. I mean, obviously he's going to put pressure on no matter what, but it makes it easy when you're getting ace high and king high every time in four-handed configuration. Starting to see a little bit of frustration in some of the other players. It's been a long couple of days for these guys. Obviously, everybody is going to be taking home quite a bit of money here, but when one guy seems to be running away with it, it's tough. Oh, another another chop pot opportunity for Serrano. He's got the free roll this time. Suited. Chop it up. Neither player liking this. You can just see by the looks on everybody's faces. It's like, can somebody just bust out, please?
When you finally find hands to go with, you're having to fold out to Feng's pressure constantly.
Loosen up, hon.
And then the hand you can go with, you chop. It's just super frustrating.
Everybody at this table guaranteed 60,000, but first place is 184. Triple
so
it.
What you're saying is I saved you, Dar. I saved you. my call saved you. Remember, all right?
Serrano going with it again, this time with a suited queen. Gets Feng to fold king jack. And Ingles looking down at queen 7, asking for a count. If he makes the call here, he's going to be in great shape to eliminate Serrano, but he can't know that. I mean, these guys have been giving Serrano credit almost every time. He hasn't shown down anything like this yet. Yeah, gets it through. Well played. That ultra tight play early on in the final table is paying off for Serrano now.
Yeah, really helped him build an image that now he can really profit from.
The worst hand he's shown down so far is ace-5 suited.
Now he's going to look down at ace-10 suited.
All in again. Oh, and Fang with a pair. $1.7 million drop in the bucket for Fang.
Yeah, and the good news for Serrano is that he's going to have 2 overs to the 9s.
Fang does make the call. Serrano will need some help here. He will be eliminated in 4th, but he has a good shot here to double. It's basically a coin flip.
There you go.
No waiting.
Bikes a 10 and takes a big lead. And now just needs to fade a 9. And he does. Doubles up through the chip leader. Still in it. And now, not the shortest stack.
Everybody, I'm sure they all were.
I lose every flip, so that's just me losing another flip.
That's yeah.
It's the same difference, right?
Except you're not in the hand, but yeah.
Previous to this final table, Serrano's best reported cash is $2,100. He's about to go home with at least $60,000 today. What a run.
Ace 10 of clubs.
And now he has enough chips to knock one of these players out.
Suited Queen 10, a premium for Ingles. Again, can open up into the blinds with way worse than that. And takes it down. Sorry, we have Fang defend.
Fang opened this one.
Yeah.
Ingles defending on the button here, flopping an open ender. Huge favorite. Yeah, Fang just being aggressive here for the sake of aggression.
Still over half the chips in play.
Now it's Ingles putting the pressure on with the ace high. Gets the fold. And closing the gap a little bit. Fang now $6 million ahead of Ingles.
6.
Ingles spiking a 9 here. Miracle flop. Dominated going in, and Feng is going to lead out for 400,000. No change on the turn, but the ace might give some pause. Blind versus blind, though, just unlikely that either player hits this. It will go check, check. And the king 9 with the check mark on the river. If Feng decides to take a stab here and gets a call, Ingles could end up with the chip lead after this hand. And he does take a small stab here. $500,000. Quick call. And with this pot being at 3.2 million, these chip stacks are going to be very close now. The end of this hand. Lead less than 4 million now for Feng. Poker Go Tour coming back. Pretty excited about that. The #1 place in Texas for tournament series, Champions Club. Check us out at championsclubtexas.com. Only room in all of Texas with a hotel on site. Come here and stay and play. During that Poker Go Tour, we will have an $85 room rate. 4 players.
All in.
Blind versus blind. Sorry, Engels opened that one with 6-5 suited. Serrano moving all in with 9s. Takes it down without a flop. Picks up 800,000. And now has over double the chips of Tarpoor, who now has less than 10 big blinds. He is under the gun here. He's going to have to find a way to make something happen in the next orbit. It won't be this hand. He's going to be putting 400,000 of his 1.8 million in without seeing his cards next time. This one is blind versus blind. 6 high versus 3 high. And look at this flop. Feng with the 5s, Engels with deuces, both of them picking up straight draws. Check, check, and the 7 of spades. Check, check again. And the 4 gets there, giving Engels a wheel. Feng blocking a lot of these cards. And a pair of 5s decides to take a stab here on the river. That's 200,000. Engels reaching for raising chips. Goes small, 650. Trying to get some value. Backdoor spades get there. Straights get there. Feng does have 1 spade in his hand. Does make the call, though, and Engels picking up some more chips. Closing the gap.
You look back. Hold. At 3-4. I would have flopped. Yeah, I would have flopped. Yeah. And then we just chopped it. I'm trying, man. Goat Chronicles.
Folds all the way around to the blinds here. Feng opting not to put pressure on the small blind with pocket trays, realizing that Tarpoor is going to get his chips in very wide here. Engels, however, beating him to the punch, jamming with Queen 4, getting Tarpoor to fold the suited connector. And now Tarpoor down to just 7 big blinds. Has to put a half of 1 in for the small blind here. And it's a walk for Serrano, who wakes up with a suited ace. Tarpoor getting it all in with a suited queen. Serrano, the second shortest stack, giving him a call with an ace here. And Tarpoor will be at risk. Spikes a queen on the flop and takes the lead. Serrano now looking for an ace or backdoor spades. Tarpoor just looking to hold. There's one spade. Tarpoor still in the lead, looking to double here. But it's a spade on the river, and Serrano will eliminate Dara Tarpoor in fourth place. Tarpoor taking home $60,410. And Serrano, who played so tightly early on, getting enough chips to eliminate a player in fourth place, now guaranteed $82,520. And then there were three.
You mind stacking those? Yeah. I mean, I will. Let me fold that first. Make it easy for you to calculate.
Thank you.
Just know I have less, man.
Blind versus blind again. This time Serrano limping in with a suited jack. Fang opening to 600,000 from the big blind with ace tray suited. We're going to see a flop. Fang pairing up, flopping a gut shot as well. Serrano with two overcards, but all black cards on the board. No real draw for him. He checks it. Bet and take it for Fang. This one folding out around to the blinds again. Fang limping in with 7-6, and Ingles looking down at ace king will raise it up to 700,000 and take it down without a flop.
And now another big one potentially. Ace King versus Ace 10.
Monster hands,
yeah.
three-handed.
Here's a click back from Serrano. Not surprised to see it. You know Fang is going to be opening any two.
Just slides a big stack of plaques forward. Obviously more than enough to put Serrano all in. And here we go. Serrano needing some help here. or he will be our third place finisher. But man, what a run for him coming into this final table. A short stack, laddering up all the way to at least third place, and here with a chance to double up through the chip leader. Just needs a little help.
When'd you come here? Club.
Running clubs or straight cards. No. There's a straight card.
Ooh.
An 8 now, or a 10. No, 10's no good now. He needs an 8. 10 makes Broadway for Feng. And that is going to do it for Jason Serrano, who, as I said, came into this table second shortest chip stack, laddered his way all the way up to third place, and is now going to take home $82,520. And now we are heads up. The two big stacks, each guaranteed 6 figures now. Second place, almost $130,000. First place, $184,200. What a final table we've had here today, Kyle. This has been pretty crazy. They came to this table with so many chips. The structure here is so good. It took forever to have one bust out, and then it just seems to have amplified. And even now, I mean, that pot there, Serrano went into that pot with a number of big blinds. It wasn't, you know, but three-handed ace-10 versus ace-king, of course, you're going to get a lot of chips in the middle. No surprise that it goes. We've just had some huge coolers in huge hand versus huge hand. It's been a lot of fun here. And now we are heads up. And these guys have so many big blinds.
8, 6, 14, 15, 16, 250.
Feng has over 200 big blinds. Ingles has about... Yeah, insane the number of big blinds that we have here.
Check.
Sorry, Feng has over 100. Ingles has 80. This could go for a while.
Yeah, it's also the fact that these two players, very accomplished, very experienced, patient and disciplined. They know how to grind some stacks. They know how to utilize large stacks. It'll be hard for them to get all the chips in the middle unless there's some cooler situation. Likely going to need the blinds to go up quite a bit.
Club draw for Ingles. It's going to fire out here with top pair for Feng. This is the type of board where you could get some chips in the middle on the turn, depending on what comes here. Ingles will lead out for 550. Not much of a change on the turn here. If that was a 4, a lot of chips could have got in there. Now the front door clubs get there. Ingles with the check mark.
Check.
Oh, good check. Good check.
Pot control. Wow. Not betting with top pair there after the front door clubs come in. Saves Feng some chips.
One of our regulars in chat, Pkwy Cole, asking if they made some sort of deal here, heads up. You did see on that quick payout graphic break, Han walk over to Ingles. They turned off their mics. They may have talked about some sort of deal, but obviously we're not going to be able to get kind of any wind or info about that, at least not quite yet. There is obviously a sizable difference between first place and second place money. Both players have locked up $129,410. First place, $184,200. So if we do see these stacks even out even more, wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of save, set aside a certain amount to play for, including the trophy. Both players very skilled, and we all know how poker can be. All it takes is a bad run of things, and it can run away from you.
Ingles leading out here with the ace high. Feng hitting bottom pair. Makes the call. 3 diamonds on board now. Ingles with the ace of diamonds. Picking up a lot of equity. And the backdoor diamonds come through. Ingles is going to be picking up a pretty good pot here. It's just a matter of, can he get any more value from Feng here, who's just got bottom pair. Goes for about half pot, 1.1, and fold there from Feng. But that's going to get these stacks a little bit closer. Ingles now just about 3 million shy of Feng. It's going to take a massive cooler for Ingles to go broke. Feng's going to have to start chipping away, or vice versa, in order for this thing to end. This could go a long time with the number of big blinds that are in play and how close these stacks are. Feng trying to do that now, opening to 650 with a suited jack deuce, but Ingles finding ace suited in the big blind. Will call here, kind of disguising his hand a bit because ace suited, pretty big hand heads up. And now smashing this flop here, top 2. Feng with the gut shot and backdoor hearts. We could see some chips go in here. But as I said, neither one of these players is going to go crazy. Ingles checks, and Feng actually does go big here, 1.3 million. I'm kind of surprised at the size of this bet right after that big spiel I just gave. Apparently they weren't listening. And a check raise. Going to 2.8 million. Feng finds the fold after a little deliberation there. Dealer change coming up. McKenzie going out. The Rich will be coming back in. Blinds will be going up. What do we got going on here? High hands every morning, 9 a.m. to noon. Win $100 every half hour. All you have to do is be playing and make the highest hand of that half hour. Must be $20 in the pot. Play one card from your hand and hold them, or flop it in Omaha. 25K free roll every month here at Champions Club for the cash game players. Track your hours. If you play 40 hours in the month, you get qualified for this 25K free roll. Top 3 points earners will also receive bonus cash. So it's a great place to come play on the regular. Take advantage of these promos. Win some free money while you're playing poker. And then at the end of the month, get into a free tournament where you get to fight it out over a 25K pot. First place gets $10,000 in that tournament. So that'll more than make up for the time playing poker. Back to the action. Blinds have gone up to 125 and 250. Still plenty of play for these two players here. Average stack 81 big blinds, and both these players right about average. Ingles just took the lead with just over 20 million in play. Feng with 19.9, so statistical tie at the moment. But Feng with the red rockets. Definitely going to be waking up with the best hand here.
$750.
Works out to his advantage that he took that strong line and larger sizings earlier. Now balances here. Unfortunately for Feng, Angles completely whiffing this one.
Yeah, not even a backdoor draw to work with. Bet and take it. Feng back in the lead. Stack size is basically flip. Ingles limping in with Jack 10 on the button. Feng checking his option. And takes the lead with bottom pair, does Feng. Now 2 pairs. Ingles picking up a gut shot. Double gutter, actually. So we may see some chips go in here. Feng bets 500,000 with the 2 pair. I think Ingles can call here with his draw, and he does. Full house for Feng. Checks it to try to induce a bet, but Ingles does not take the bait. And Fang picking up a few more chips with that one. These guys are all business now. Not a whole lot of chatter going on.
750.
King 9 for Fang. Opens to 750. 2 10s for Ingles. Clicks it back. And takes it down without a fight. Unraised flop coming up. Fang in the lead with Jack 10. And hits middle pair. Ingles taking a stab with just 7 high. Fang will make the call. Board pairs. Top pair. It's going to make Fang's Jack much more valuable. Goes check, check. Fang going big here, 1.2 million. Gets a quick fold. Fang just calling with ace-10 here. Really disguising his hand. Ingles again, though, with not much. Goes check, check. Open-ended now for Fang. Ace-high still good. This time he'll take a stab at it and take it down. Another unraised pot here, going to the flop. Ingles with queen high in the lead and on the button. Check, check, and Feng takes the lead. Turning a pair. Gonna fire out at it.
Ingles connecting for top pair. But it's Feng betting in position. Ingles check calls.
Can I get the 18-ounce bone-in medium rare? Strip, the T-bone, and the sirloin. What's the biggest one? I'll take that medium rare with asparagus.
Nice to hear Ingles order his steak medium rare with asparagus. Likely still check calling here.
Yeah, just letting Feng put chips in this pot here. And now Feng finally making a pair. Goes check, check. And stacks evening out again. Basically tied at 20 million. I guess once you've locked up 6 figures, it's time to order dinner.
The biggest dinner possible.
What's the biggest steak you got? I'll take that one, medium rare.
Couldn't have sounded just more manly doing that.
Feng opening this one with 8 tray, the old Octocrab. Getting a call here. Ingles dominating with King 8. Both players missing this flop though. Backdoor hearts for Feng. Backdoor straight draws for both players. Feng c-betting for 600,000. And he'll take this one down, recapturing the chip lead by just a little bit.
Good seeing Scott Utney in chat, commenting on the amazing nature of the Brussels sprouts up here.
Much better than seeing him in person, that's for sure.
Can we double the blinds, Brian?
I have never heard such a thing.
Sure, 4, 2, 4.
The structure here is so good, they've requested
It's literally gonna be here forever.
to increase the blinds.
Gambo.
So they've increased the blinds willingly to 200,000, 400,000. Try to generate some action here. Even at that level, 50 big blinds each.
Broadway gets there for Fang.
What a run out. And Fang going big again.
Angles some snap folding.
Eight high versus 8 high.
Would normally be plenty of chop outs here, but Ingles pairs the kicker and Fang's aggression takes it down. If you want to get heads up in a $1 million main event, your next chance to do it here at Champions Club, the Texas PLO Roundup. Poker Go Tour coming back to Houston, Texas. Either buy your way in or win your way in. We will be hosting plenty of satellites for that.
You don't care about that? No. I want to say I won it, though. It's like, yeah, if you just give me that, sure, but I didn't, like, win it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll look at that, I don't know, I didn't win it.
Take it home. Even chop. You got it. Take it home. Take the points. I don't give a shit about any of that.
Even chop?
Even. We're like exactly the same in chips.
First mention of a chop. They are very close in chips.
Huh?
Give me 3K.
No, even.
Even? What's the even? 180, so it's like...
Even. Dead even chop. We're like dead even in chips. Dead even chop.
313.
There's your 3K right there, the bonus points.
I know I didn't win it, though. That's the thing. That's what I care about.
Sure you did. All you gotta do is say agree. We can go about our merry little ways.
What time is it?
Get the trophy in the picture.
10 o'clock? Okay. You want to flip for 3K?
Huh?
You want to flip for 3K? I want one of us to come out ahead.
All right, even chop and then just flip for 3K? So
Yeah, but like,
okay.
this hand, well, I looked.
Let's do Omaha sweat.
Okay.
Keep it going.
True gamblers.
All in no matter what, right?
Oh, this is how we're doing, like for all the chips. Okay, so we're chopping even.
Chopping even and flip for 3K.
Okay, yeah.
Whatever.
I'll pay you 3, yeah.
All right, Mexican flip.
Rich didn't
All right,
even
let's go, baby.
bat an eye, just immediately pitches him 2 more cards. Yeah, this is over, buddy.
I love it.
You haven't even agreed yet. Here's 2 more cards.
He didn't want to play.
Oh, yeah. Scan.
I get it. That's what he wants.
Now the rail figuring out exactly the details of the agreement as well.
Oh, I got a 7 of diamonds. I don't know which one it is.
So players must play 2 whole cards and 3 community cards. There are diamonds out there, but we can already see the check mark. No sweat for us. Fang wins the flip with a straight.
And thus wins the trophy, which is exactly what he wanted. He just wanted to say he won.
Well, I think regardless, Fang was going to get the trophy, the points, but the additional 3K in winning this hand means so much more to him.
What a great final table, though. And a rare deal from Han Feng. Usually doesn't like to chop, but they've been playing so long. There's so many chips. Anything could happen. He gets the trophy, wins the flip, and each of these players taking home just over 150,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So second place will be 153,805. First place 159,805.
Our second place finisher, Jared Ingalls from Prospect, Louisiana, and the champion of the Fall Poker Open, Houston's own Han Feng, who lists his occupation as Luckbox, and he lucks out to win the flip and the extra 3K.
There you see the payouts for the final 9. 18,430 for Cortez, and the big winner, really both Fang and Ingalls in the end. Nearly 160,000 for Fang and over 150,000 for Ingalls. Again, appreciate everyone tuning in. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Plenty of cash streams back on the way, including tomorrow.
PLO with the Stallions.
Dan will be here, so make sure to join him back here tomorrow night.
I will be. Featuring our normal host, Rockets Will, bracelet winner. Well, from Champions Club in Houston, Texas, this is Dan Fouts for Kyle Miller saying good night.
See ya.
Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. And no fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the